Is that a... All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here so bright and early. I know it's an early start, but we have a jam-packed day. I just want to give you a few remarks on logistics. There are 3 panels for this morning, and they're tightly packed, but we're going to take actually a break after this panel. So there will be a 10-minute break. So if you want to come to the material turn panel, which is supposed to follow immediately after this one, there's actually going to be a 10-minute break in there. So time for coffee there. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Anna Andrzejewski. I've had the privilege of helping organize the Centennial events along with my committee. It's been an honor and a privilege to do so. And I'm also the Frank Lloyd Wright Professor of Modern American Architecture in the Department of Art History here at Madison. This series of events, which stretches back a year, honoring our legacy, our centennial, has been made possible by generous funding from the Anonymous Fund, the Dean's Office in the College of Letters and Science, and also our generous donors. We've had a tremendous series of events that many of you have been part of. I also want to thank the Chazen Museum of Art, and I'm going to call out specifically someone here in the room, Barrett Ness, who is an alum of our program and who has been extraordinary in helping us with all the logistics and allowing us to hold it in all of our events in this space rather than in our dark, cavernous building next door, which is very, very dark. Although those of you that are back visiting, I do encourage you to take a walk down memory lane and actually go next door. Not much has changed, although certain things have. So I also want to thank the support staff in the Department of Art History, Peggy Hacker and Jane McCarthy for all of their assistance in making this possible. If you are interested in knowing more about the department, please subscribe to our newsletter if you're not subscribing to it. If you're interested in our fundraising campaign, please see me at any point during today. After today's panels, I did want to mention there is an open house starting at 2 that is going to be in the Chazen Museum of Art. Students, faculty, and alumni are going to be stationed throughout the museum, as well as in the Kohler Art Library and over at the School of Human Ecology. We will have maps out on the table so you know where to go. That has a full schedule of events, thanks to the Chazen. So I hope you can join us for the rest of today, and I'm really pleased everyone is here. Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Professor Nancy Rose Marshall. I should add, because Nancy and I came in the same year, that my husband the other day just casually remarked, he said, you know, you've been here a quarter of the time of the history of the department. And I was like, really? So anyway, and Nancy can join me in that.
Thank you, Anna, and thanks to all of you for being here at what for some of us, and I'm including myself, is a little bit of a brutally early hour, but we hope to make this fun and really inclusive and help to wake everybody up. I wanted first to thank Anna and the Centennial Committee, especially Peggy Hacker and Jane McCarthy. The reason you're hearing these names over and over is because they have done so much heavy lifting that you can't see behind the scenes. It's really absolutely astonishing. Today, I really do have the pleasure of bringing us all together with our esteemed panelists to consider the fascinating subject of our department's 100 years of conceptualizing the field of art history pedagogy. The purpose of this panel is to review the types of courses we have taught and to invite all of you to contribute your own serious memories of moments that really impacted you in our classes, but also to contribute the sorts of more humorous and very memorable moments that might even be slightly embarrassing against some of us, for instance, that you take away and still gossip about, that are part of that sense of being a community. And those of you talking about the faculty over the generations have certain stories that are in common from decade to decade of our tics and quirks, such as, for instance, the time I taught with a cat toy around my neck inadvertently. So, as you no doubt know by now, German scholar Oskar Hagen established us as the Department of Art, History, and Criticism in 1925 for the purpose of teaching classes that were, as he said, quote, historical and critical in character rather than merely appreciative. A description that from the outset differentiated our mission from more superficial studies of the era that emphasized mere enthusiasm. Courses were focused solely on European topics, and here's our very first entrance into the course catalog at UW, such as Renaissance art or the graphic arts of the 18th and 19th century. The first graduate seminar included Porter Butts, eventual director of the Wisconsin Union, and Marion Clinch Calkins, also an instructor in the department, who became a well-known novelist and poet. I was really very interested, and I'm not sure this has really been emphasized or even recorded, that there was a woman who helped to inaugurate the teaching of art history here. Hagen led all 5 classes for 5 or so years, quickly adding broad surveys such as ancient and medieval art epochs, probably familiar to you maybe as 201, in 1928. And in 1938, the somewhat confusingly titled Renaissance to Modern Art, How the Artist Sees and Presents Reality, seemingly a predecessor of 202. In recognition of the first art history department in the United States that did not originate out of classics or archaeology, the then dean of LNS, George Sellery, generously supported the acquisition of lantern slides, high-quality print facsimiles, and color reproductions. Eventually, as more faculty were hired, they were able to teach in the subject in which they were trained, so the curriculum expanded in the style of the day to develop sequences such as Greek sculpture in one semester, followed by Greek vase painting in another, with an emphasis on time or period style. Frank Horbeck and Jim Dennis could therefore teach primarily in medieval and American respectively. Innovations in classroom materials, such as the 35mm slide, allowed faculty to take their own teaching materials. And Frank's vast collection of images of European church architecture remains with us today. And we are hoping at some point to have the funds and resources to be able to scan this extraordinary and unique resource. And also, for those of you who are nostalgic at all, there's a box over there on the far right. I welcome you to take a handful or two or just one or individual slide from our collection, because we have deaccessioned most of the slides that don't have the unique value of something like Frank's. So come and take a bit of material culture from our past. I know. Oh, the slides are all going away. In the 1990s, with the advent of a trained visual resources curator to acquire and manage our teaching materials, Tom Gombar, it became possible to teach more nuanced thematic classes, such as Julia Murray's Mirrors, Pictures, and Conceptual Art, or Pictorial Biography. Susie Banger started a history of women's art course, which I've heard about from alums who really appreciated it, and other classes responding to cultural movements around inclusivity followed, supported by the now digital image base in situ, which visual resources curator Jacob Esselstrom ably ran and expanded. From the 90s, the department became one of the only places in the country to teach courses in the areas of visual culture, material culture, and vernacular architecture, adding studies of everyday life to the focus, the traditional focus on high arts. More recently, we have worked on retitling courses to be more appealing to contemporary students, of course making sure always to include either the word sex or death, and expanding introductory surveys, especially to attract non-majors, such as Jennifer Pruitt's popular History of the World in 20 Buildings. New upper-level courses, such as Preeti Chopra's Taste, have developed in the interdisciplinary directions of our faculty, who have appointments and interests in a range of other departments. In general, our art history department's curriculum over time represents a bellwether of each era's ideas about the appropriate intellectual frameworks and analytical lenses with which to study and teach the subject. However, as I reviewed the last 100 years, a few consistent priorities emerged that mark us out as distinctive and unusual. One, as I just sketched out, a global focus, which supported actually classes on Chinese art as early as the 1940s. That was unusual for then. Two, an interest in method and materials. Three, tight connections with the museum, and related to this, a focus on experiential learning. As an artist, James Watrous was particularly interested in making, founding a tradition with his History of Art Techniques course in 1940 that was picked up first by Gail Geiger in her Art History 101, Study of Art, Past and Present, and then by Gene Phillips, who also carried his introductory level teaching and our department's reach into the Odyssey Project, a UW program for low-income adults, where I just learned that he still teaches. The material culture program at UW augmented the emphasis on making and knowing, often engaging the whole community. Artists joined the department or became affiliates, and classes emphasizing maker skills include those by Faisal Abdullah and Anna Campbell. Others work closely with visiting artists, such as Fred Wilson, who spoke with our Native American Studies professor Nancy Mythlow's class on multiculturalism and the new museology. Henry Druell also had a long practice of involving artists in his courses. It was a meeting with Faisal in that barber's chair in the Tate London performance that resulted in Faisal's coming to Madison. Here we see Henry and students with Ghanaian coffin artist in residence, Eric Ajte Anang. Due largely to a lengthy campaign by James Watrous, the LVM Art Center was established in 1970, and the department moved into a building that was initially designed around its needs. The museum was originally defined as a laboratory for the department. I kid you not, I found this language in the history. Students could now learn in front of real objects, not just facsimiles. Jane Hutchison, the first female faculty member in the department, and Warren Moon were particularly involved in engaging students with the collections. The Kohler Library became the Invaluable Learning and, of course, NAP Center. Courses in conjunction with the museum now also appeared, such as the Museum Training and Connoisseurship class, first offered in 1974 with director Millard Rogers. More on this later from Joan. Our students recently had the privilege of taking our curatorial class from Chazen director Amy Gilman herself. Many collaborations with the Alveum, then the Chazen, as well as other institutions, have afforded students valuable professional training. Seen here, Tom Dale's graduate students recently participated in a study day at the museum. And our students have in turn curated shows for the Chazen, such as the Citing Knowledge exhibition led by Jill Cassad, or the Victorian Watercolor show by my own seminar. Our courses often participate in the Wisconsin Idea, with Ann Smart Martin as Chipstone professor designing exhibitions here and in communities such as Mount Horeb. Our department also welcomes the Senior Guest Auditor Program, from whom we have learned so much, and boasts substantial populations of these treasured students. Taking advantage of the richness of Wisconsin, experiential learning opportunities such as Anna Andrzejewski's Frank Lloyd Wright course have been around since Jack Kienitz's class in the mid-century. Narciso Menachal, of course, continued expanding our students' knowledge of local architects Frank Lloyd Wright and Louis Sullivan. Other on-site, hands-on experiences have been facilitated by study abroad, including our many years of involvement with the Florence program facilitated by Gail Geiger, reinstituted by Kristen Phillips Court. And many archaeology students have gained field schools on Nick Cahill's decades-long Sardis dig in Turkey. Taking stock of the present, we are small but rich and powerful, with course offerings in unique subjects such as Yu-Hung Lee's material culture-based offerings, like her class on Chinese opera, or Daniel Spaulding's popular From Magic to Art. With our two newest assistant professors putting new spins on the long-taught fields, Stephanie Bennett in Japanese art and Elaine Sullivan in African art, we are engaging a new generation of Badger art historians. But despite our august history and earnest pedagogy over the ages, the classes that most stand out to people are often due less to the course materials than to the charismatic delivery of them. As one student commented about J. Hutch, as she named her, quote, "The phrase I heard most clearly in the first lecture was, 'the depths of hell,' adding that Professor Hutchison could shock you with her dirty jokes." I invite you to remember with our panelists your own most significant moments in our courses, be they life-changing or merely memorably entertaining, and to consider suggestions about what the future might look like in terms of coursework. So our questions for the panelists, which then in turn will be questions for you. First we'll do question 1, panelists and then audience, then question 2. What UW art history course or moment was particularly influential on you? And then 2 kind of diverse responses. You can either talk about that totally silly thing, humorous or surprising moment, or how have you used applied lessons from our classes, or actually would really be curious about what you think the future pedagogy might be here on campus and ideas for future types of courses. So I now get to introduce my panelists, who are Ozzy, or Ozias, Carrie Tillman, a recent graduate of the UW-Madison in anthropology and art history, where they distinguished themselves in multiple ways, particularly as the popular president of our undergraduate organization, the Art History Society, which we heard about the deep history of yesterday. I was really interested to learn that. The recipient of our department's annual Leadership Award, Ozzy studied a range of art periods, but focused primarily on the medieval with Tom Dale. Currently employed by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, they hope to pursue a graduate degree in museum studies in the coming years. Number 2, Melanie Herzog is Professor Emerita of Art History at Edgewood College, now Edgewood University, in Madison. She is currently a lecturer in the Department of African American Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where she received an MFA in ceramics and a PhD in art history. With an emphasis on artists' encounters across cultural and geographical borders, socially engaged artistic practice, and intersections of gender, race, ethnicity, and representation, she teaches, publishes, and lectures widely on the art and visual culture of North America and the African diaspora. Joan B. Mervis has been a distinguished expert in Japanese art, specializing in fine art and ceramics for nearly 50 years. She is the leading Western dealer in the field of modern and contemporary Japanese ceramics, and her New York gallery on Madison Avenue, Joan B. Mervis Limited, exclusively represents the top Japanese clay artists. As a widely published and highly respected specialist in her field, Mervis has advised and built collections for many museums, private collectors, and corporations. She received her BA in art history from UW and her MA in the history of Japanese art from Columbia University. And finally, Kay Wells earned her art history MA from UW-Madison in 2009. In 2014, she completed her PhD in art history at the University of Southern California and joined the faculty at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where she received tenure in 2020. Her research focuses on the politics of decorative art and design, and she's published on such diverse topics as Japanisme, tapestries, and colonial revivalism. She's the author of Weaving Modernism, Post-War Tapestry Between Paris and New York from Yale Press in 2019, and the forthcoming, yay, second book, Uncanny Revivals, Designing an American Identity, Yale Press 2026. Okay, so for our first panelist addressing the question of what UW art history course or course moment was particularly influential for you, we will have Ozzy kicking this off.
Hi, it's really nice to meet all of you guys. I'm very grateful to be selected for this panel. I really appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to talk about a class that I took in spring of 2024 with a visiting professor named David Norman. It was Art of Indigenous Activism. At the time, I hadn't really taken any contemporary art courses because I was saving them all towards the end of my undergraduate career here at UW. And we began one of our discussions talking about the Big Mound in St. Louis. Prior to St. Louis's role as an urban center, it was called Mound City. There was, I don't know if anybody is familiar with the Cahokia Mounds that are quite nearby. There are several dozens more across the river in St. Louis that were bulldozed and destroyed as the city expanded after the Civil War. The Big Mound was the largest one. It was about 150 feet long and about 34 feet high, and it was destroyed to make way for Broadway Avenue. And when I learned about this this course or this event, I was very excited because I'm like Professor Marshall mentioned. I was also an anthropology major, and we had been talking about the role of archaeology. And specifically kind of reverse archaeology, where there was a site in Turkey where they did not know pretty much anything about any of the art that they had uncovered at the time, and so they searched They searched different related sites in the area to kind of create a background for what they thought might be the interpretation for these different pieces that they had found. And I was really interested in this idea, and I wanted to apply it to the Big Mound, which, while there are no physical remains of the Big Mound, there were a lot of written accounts of its destruction and the various artifacts and human remains that were taken from the mound as it was destroyed. There were several dozen bones that were sold by so-called street urchins on the street. Yeah, it was very sad. And I really, I really thought about what it was like to reconstruct a place that no longer exists purely from the words of the people who destroyed it. And I eventually also got to talk about the Mound Memorial that is now there. This was kind of a back and forth with local indigenous groups. But I got to talk about the role of memorials and what it actually serves, which is something that I later got to expand on in a different course that I took with Professor Cassad in Queer Art and Visual Culture, which was really intriguing and interesting to me. Yeah, so I was very, very grateful to learn about these different times in American history and how it related to my anthropology degree.
Well, hello, everybody. It is quite an honor to be here, and I realized as I was listening to the introductions of everybody, I suppose I should have thought of this previously, I'm the only person up here who actually earned a PhD in this department. So That's kind of interesting. And I spent quite a bit of time pondering the question of what class was particularly meaningful for me, because there were so many. There were so many classes that I was either enrolled in as a student or that I was, I guess, kind of sitting in on, looking at you, Professor Henry Druhl, because I was already a dissertator at the moment when people like Professor Druhl came to campus, when Professor Nick Mirtzoff came to campus. I was really here in kind of a bridge moment. But I want to go back to actually a course that you mentioned in giving us your overview of the department. Professor Susie Banger's course on women artists, 20th century women artists of Europe and North America. I think that's what Art History 353 was called, right? So when I took that course, I came into that course still kind of in a moment when, truth be told, I hadn't loved art history. When I was an undergraduate art student in Southern California, and I took art history courses, we really didn't learn about women artists, and we didn't learn about artists of color. We learned about pretty much white male European artists, and so I was subject to all of the memorizing artist, title, date, country of origin, medium, and that just really wasn't all that meaningful to me. So when I came here to earn my MFA degree, I was kind of dragged kicking and screaming into art history courses. And then I took, among other courses, Professor Barbara Banger, but can we just say Susie? Took Susie's course, and it was fabulous. She's a brilliant scholar, a brilliant teacher. She was also one of my dissertation advisors. I had two. I think they didn't know quite what to do with me. So in this class, what was so meaningful for me was not only learning about artists that I didn't really know very much about, but it was also really getting the sense that art history could be a much bigger field than I had imagined it to be. And I was particularly grateful because Professor Banger is a scholar of European art. That's her primary area, particularly German art. I will forever apologize for not learning German to get my PhD. But she was very courageous in broadening her own knowledge really before the field, or certainly before the teaching of art history here was broadening in this way. She was really courageous about broadening her own knowledge through her own study and then through exploring ideas with us. She was also really courageous in bringing guest lecturers to us. And it was in that class, I believe, that Professor Frida Heites-Georgis came as a guest lecturer, introduced me to the work of Elizabeth Catlett, about whom I wrote my dissertation, and then a book. And yes, I worked on the exhibition that's now at the Art Institute of Chicago, which, if y'all haven't seen it, at either of its East Coast venues, you really must get down to Chicago to see that exhibit. It's fabulous. So in some ways, the seeds for all of the work that I ended up doing as a scholar, not just on Catlett, but on multiple other artists, those seeds were really planted in this course. Another important aspect of this course, and the reason I chose these two images to show you, which I'm not going to talk about because this is not an art history lecture, although I've taught these artists and their work quite often. Another thing that was really important was thinking about how artists represent aspects of life and lived experience and embodied experience that art history hadn't really been talking about all that much, right? We were so often taught to think about formal analysis, about the visual language of art, but not necessarily what that language was being used to talk about. So thinking about the embodied experience of maternity and how to talk about that was really important for me. And that was something that I learned in that class. I also, while in the department, actually became a mother. So that embodied experience was also my own. That was maybe something unusual and challenging for the faculty. The other thing I want to talk about really quickly, if we could go to the next slide, thank you, is, as I say, I was a bridge person. Those of you who are older remember readers. Remember readers? We would go and buy these print copies of articles that our professors wanted us to read. So this is the reader for not the first time that I taught the course. This is from fall 1994, but it's the one that happened to be sitting at my house when I went to make images for this presentation. I had the opportunity in this department to be, I believe, the first graduate student who was invited to be a lecturer in the department. And I was invited in the era of Chancellor Donna Shalala, who asked the chair of the department to ask me to teach a course on, it was variously called Native American Art and American Indian Art. I kind of followed the lead of the Native American Studies program in titling the course. And so I was deeply, deeply honored to be invited to teach that course, to bring the work that I had done in Native American studies, work that I had done especially with Truman Lowe, with Beverly Gordon, with some other faculty, and also at other institutions, to this campus to teach the first course in Native American art history, and also to be the first graduate student lecturer. So if there are other folks here who taught while you were pursuing your PhD here, that's where that started. And that was also a wonderful opportunity. And it was people like Susie Benger and then Henry, when he got here, who taught me so much about teaching as well as about the material we were learning.
Great. Thank you, Melanie. And Joan.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be back here in Madison. It feels like things have come full circle. It's the 100th anniversary of this department, and I represent the first 50 years. I was here a long time ago, from 1970 to 1974, and became, like Tom, thank you, like Tom Erdman said last night, I came here as a geology major, lost faith immediately. It was all about oil exploration. It was a different time, and I was seduced by my first art history course. I've been fortunate in my career to wear two hats, extremely fortunate, to be both an art dealer, as was mentioned, I have my own gallery, and being an active figure in the world of Japanese art dealing, both pretty much internationally, but also to be the occasional scholar and be asked to do projects and to curate the show here and there for a museum or in collection building and selling to museums, which is a different experience perhaps than selling to a individual or a collector. But our role as dealers is a sort of a bridge role, if you will, between academia, between collectors, between curation, and between, if they're a living artist, or the history of an artist, or bringing an artist's work to the fore, which makes it possible for the rest of you to do your academics because you may not know those individuals' works of art. So for me, it all started, if we have the first slide up there, in 1973, which of course started in September of 73, to be the only undergraduate among 8 kids who talked their way into a museum training and connoisseurship class. And this was taught by simply the staff of the museum, Millard Rogers, who was the director, whose field was American sculpture. Hiram Powers was his dissertation. Carlton Overland, who was the works of art on paper curator, who was a hand-picked protege of James Watrous, and a person whose title no one can figure out, including me, Catherine Brower. She was particularly important, and I'm not sure if she was the general curator, she was Millard's assistant, I don't really know. But they were learning too, and the building had only opened 3 years before, and there were collections that had been amassed as gifts of various happy alumni or locals that had been put into storage, which nobody really knew what was the contents of those boxes, and we were given the very heady for a 20-year-old kid to open those boxes and catalog what the contents were. So our first project was the Cleaver collection of continental porcelain, and you can see one piece there, which is also pictured in the picture, and that's me on the left, and someone who became a very important person to me on the far right, Andrea Song, who was a Watrous student. And we spent the semester literally unpacking Royal Crown Derby, Worcester, Sèvres, Meissen, stuff that you may have seen over the years exhibited upstairs in this building or actually across the way. We learned how to catalog, we learned how to condition check, we learned how to research, because no one knew anything about this material. There was a limited amount of publications in the Kohler Library, and there was can you believe it, no internet. And we were working with index cards and pencils and cataloging this material, which in the end was planned to be an exhibition at the end of the second semester, which came to fruition in June of 1974. But more importantly than, okay, kids, let's make a show, make labels, and put things out and design display, what I learned, much more important than that, is how to be a consummate art professional. We learned how to write thank you notes. We learned how to walk into a collector's home and not pet the dog, but to look at the pictures on the wall and be able to say something articulate, intelligent, congratulatory, or whatever was required. We went to, we had field trips to Chicago, to Milwaukee, to Taliesin. All those trips are indelibly ingrained in my memory and were very seminal to me in being able to later sell to museums, talk to curators, deal with conservators, restorers. It was an all-purpose education. Interestingly, for me at least, very important in this picture, this course also sent me on my way to graduate school later on, was the woman on the right there, Andrea Song, who went on to work for Sotheby Park Burnett, as it was called then, before it became Sotheby's. She introduced me to a very important person at Columbia who became my best friend, Mi Sin Lung. And when I went to Columbia, she was in Chinese art and I was in Japanese art, but she went to college with Andrea, and Andrea introduced me to my husband, Bob. And we've been married 50 years. So without my museum training course, we would not be married for 50 years. How much more gratitude can I have? We can go to the next slide. Here you see another piece that was just in the picture before, the Wedgwood Jardiniere, which has been on view many times, but for me, these are seminal works in my graduation from this university. The other collection we worked on, and you can see, I'm a Japanese art historian. I hate this stuff. But I learned a lot from working with material that had no aesthetic appeal to me. Next slide. So our second semester, we were each given, there was 8 projects. We had to pick a project to work on, and I chose, because the preceding summer I had very smartly signed up for a course at Syracuse University to travel to Japan to study ceramics. I really wanted to study ukiyo-e prints, Japanese prints. There was no internet. I don't even know how I found this course. But I signed up and spent 2.5 months in Japan, which was equally pivotal. So when I came back to Madison and all we're doing is ceramics, I decided to study the little collection of Southeast Asian export funerary ceramics. This is not world-class ceramic art, but important material, and it taught me how to look at a glaze, taught me how to hold a pot, how to feel a pot, how to get a sense of the success that this was secondary funerary, things meant to be go in the ground because you were not going to put imperial Chinese porcelain in somebody's tomb. So what purpose these works, not of art, these works entailed, and how to catalog them with no, I already started studying Japanese, but there was no language I could, reference materials I could use. And that was equally important. Next slide. Most importantly, I mentioned Catherine Brower, was I was taking a seminar, senior seminar, honors seminar, with Warren Moon, who, as you may know, was a classicist, but privately collected Japanese prints. And when I was fortunate to be here, anything east of Greece was not taught. It was not part of the faculty whatsoever. And other people pitched in. And Warren taught this amazing class from his collection. He had an impeccable eye, as you may guess, and the quality of the prints was stupendous. And he taught it not only because he wasn't a Japanese art scholar himself, but he appreciated the art as a collector. So for me, that was very important. And Catherine knew I was interested. So she gave me the LVM's copy of an auction catalog, which is maybe the most important sale of Japanese prints in the last 100 years. Henri Vévé, who was a some of you would know, a very famous jeweler from the latter part of the 19th century in Paris, and he was the definitive collector of Japanese prints at that time in Paris. And that collection was sold off over 5 different sales over a period of 20 years. But the first sale was 1973. And in the copy that Catherine gave me was, none of you will know what this is, was a copy of the price list, which is from a Rapifax machine. So it's a kind of heat generator, way before a fax machine. And on it, you can see, in those days, they put the name of the purchaser. So now I had this list of people, and not just 2 years later, after I left Columbia and I became a dealer, many of those people became my colleagues, and I knew who they were. Some of them are code names for those individuals. And also, I should say, but I will say, these sales were ringed. So many of these people were buying prints together and then having their private sale afterwards, which I only came to realize later. I never joined the ring, but I was always in competition with them. So museum training and connoisseurship gave me so many skills that I needed to be the successful dealer that I am. But likewise, incidents like that, it brought me a husband, it brought me a career, it brought me money that I can give back to this university. And if I stayed in academia, I could not be doing what I do for this department. So that's incredibly gratifying. Next slide, my last slide. And it also enabled me to make this building my customer. So you see 2 works, one that shows the 2 sides of what I do, a wonderful work by a deceased artist that Russell Panchenko, the director prior to Amy, wisely bought for the museum many years ago, and a purchase made by Amy of a wonderful ukiyo-e screen done by a student of Utamoto from the early part of the 19th century, showing a very classic ukiyo-e subject. So I'm grateful to that class for all of those reasons. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Joan. Okay, and Kay.
Yeah, do you want to go to the next slide, actually? So thinking about my favorite classes here, and I agree that I feel like every class I took here was my favorite, so it's hard to say. But one of the first classes I took was with Professor Marshall, and it was Art and Empire, and it was just that first semester was so eye-opening for me because I came from this undergraduate program that really kind of focused on the avant-garde and modernism and postmodernism and these kinds of, in retrospect, very sort of narrow ideas of what was important, what was kind of historically significant or artistically significant. And I learned a lot from my undergraduate program, and it was very rigorous. But when I got here, the first day of this class with Nancy Rose Marshall, she was introducing herself, and she described herself as someone who studies bad art. And I think she was showing us like paintings of Victorian street urchins and things like that, getting back to the street urchins. And I was just like, oh, that's interesting, like that you could study bad art, and so this is the painting I wrote about for that seminar paper. And I mean, it's not like the worst art, but it's by a minor 19th century British artist. And I think I compared it to Orientalist paintings of harems, of women in these richly sort of decorated interiors. And I don't think the paper was very good, but but it was just so interesting to be able to do this very rigorous art historical research, right? Looking at primary sources and doing close looking and formal analysis and reading all this secondary literature to understand the historical context of what you're discussing and all of that, but pay that kind of attention to art that doesn't make it into any kind of sort of avant-garde heroic history, right? That is just but was still really important and still conveyed the ideologies of its time and can still teach us so much about its historical period. So that was really eye-opening for me, and it's something I've definitely taken with me as I've continued. And I think the other slide is more about the second question, but yeah.
Okay, great. So, thank you all so much for some really illuminating and engaging stories about your time here. I want to hear from all of you because, unlike some of our other panels, all of you are equally experts to us on this particular subject, as I noted before. So, can I circulate a mic amongst you to have a few minutes at least of people sharing with all of us what you, in fact, remember as moments in your learning? Are you gonna circulate the mic? It's early. It's definitely early. I'll talk more about the cat toy around my neck unless you
I think Nancy, did we plan it for 8:30 so that we'd have fewer students who could tell in
So two of my professors looked at me when there was like no hands in the room, and two of them looked at me. So I was like, okay, well, so much for less students. But yeah, I think one of the greatest gifts I think that my time at the department here has given me is not just the ability of like close looking, but also like formulating an argument. You really don't realize how difficult it is to form a good argument until you have people who can really push you to ask, okay, why is this? Like why? You need to explain your reasoning, right? And I think engaging with like readings and primary sources and texts from a historical level that really takes into account like context is super important, and that's actually a skill that not a lot of people have, or a skill that isn't as valued as it should be. So I'm really grateful for that, and I'm also just really grateful for the kind of global perspectives as well. My senior thesis was supervised by Professor Pruitt, and studying Islamic art and learning about Orientalism was like such a huge eye-opener for me, because I did not have a very good humanities program in high school, quite frankly. So it's just such a gift.
Thank you. Who else wants to share a particular moment where they saw an artwork, perhaps, that changed their world?
Hi. I took all of my classes in art history with Professor Marshall, and I also appreciated the fact that it was possible to appreciate bad art. That was also something that absolutely leaped out at me, that, you know, this Pompier or intimate domestic art is like, it's fun, it's weird. And in terms of a particular piece of art, I would say all those weird odalisque scenes. That you think, this is just terrible, but something's going on here. And it's interesting to look at, so I just wanted to say that. And it's easy to lose sight of the joy of research when you're in graduate school, but I always found that people here in the art history department had a way of drawing me back into the joy of the work, and while at the same time being very rigorous and always pushing my ideas further, focusing on the why we do this. It's joyful.
Great, thanks. We need joy at this hour. Thank you. Anyone else? Amy.
I know some individuals spoke about this yesterday during some of the panels, so I'll just echo it from my own experiences. The breadth of both the departments' wide array of study matter expertise, in addition to the university's wide array of various subjects as well. So the interdisciplinary opportunities to really do deep dives in various subjects was absolutely instrumental for my work, to do deep dives in theory, in objects, and then in Central European studies and descent studies and history of Slavic languages and history was absolutely critical. And so I'm just so grateful that the department was open to that kind of really intense interdisciplinary study. The second component I just want to touch on, and maybe some of the panels later this morning will do that too, are thinking with non-traditional forms of primary research. My advisor was Jill Cassett. I'm so grateful for all of our work together, and one of the very many things that they taught me was thinking with absence, with loss, with the things that are no longer there, and using those breaks, those gaps as a different type of research. And I think that was also really instrumental too.
Thank you, Amy, and thanks for also mentioning another version of our loss recently, which is that the area studies centers, the Title VI centers that Central European Studies was part of, were defunded a couple weeks ago. So it is a huge loss, which you would not have been able to study what you did here now. Just saying. So thanks for a shout out to the richness of our campus. Anyone else before we move on to our question two?
Yes.
Yes, Henry.
From a former student who then became an attempted teacher. Okay, I just want to say...
You got a teaching prize, Henry.
I just want to say that from a faculty point of view, I want to emphasize what I learned from my students, because that was the wonderful thing for me, the kind of sharing and the learning that I had in the process of sharing what I knew. So I just wanted to say that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes. So we're moving on to question number 2, which is certainly a little bit lighter in tone. The question being, of course, the humorous or silly moment that you remember, or alternatively, something that you took away and use in your contemporary teaching, learning, daily life, child rearing, whatever it might be. Or also suggestions about what you would want to see us teaching in the future. But first, we will have Ozzy telling us their story, which I only have heard the outlines of, and I'm sorry the person in question is not here. I think has had to go teach, but adorable.
I was going to say Professor Cahill just left.
Yes.
I'm sure he left on purpose. It's okay. So for a couple of semesters, I digitized color slides and negatives from Sardis throughout the decades, and I did this for a couple of years. And one day I was sitting and putzing around on the little MacBook and such things, and I got a little FaceTime notification, and I didn't really see the name of the notification, or like the name of who was calling. It was just blank Cahill at Gmail, and I was like, oh, surely he is calling me right now. I don't know why he would do such a thing when he's 2 doors down, but surely he must be FaceTiming me to ask me a question. And so I thought, whoa, okay, all right, I'll call him back just to make sure that I do my due diligence and such things. And I called him back, and it turns out that I had just called his 104-year-old mother and his sister, who were calling to check in on him and see how he was doing for the day. And I was really shocked. And I was like, wow, okay, well, I'd heard a lot of lovely things about his mother, but I had never expected to meet her. And I thought, okay, great. And so they were like, hi. And I was like, hi, I'm Ozzy, and I work for Professor Cahill. I'm really sorry. It's nice to meet you. I've heard a lot of lovely things about you. Thank you so much for... And I just started kind of talking at them. And we spoke for like 5 minutes. Yeah, well, they were really lovely people. And it was really a lovely opportunity to get to know them. And I said goodbye and thank you, and I hung up, and the person that I was working with goes, why did you do that? And I thought, well, it's best to be polite, I guess. And then about 20 minutes later, Professor Cahill came back in the room, and he goes, so, I heard you met my mother. And that was just about it. But yeah, it was very lovely to get to know that part of him, I guess, beyond just seeing him as a professor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that actually is a great story, and I think it does speak to the importance of us being able to break down some of the public-private barriers when we are instructors, and COVID certainly really helped with that, of course, nationwide. But moments like this remind students that we have parents, that we are people. We don't just have cats who make their way across our tables while we're teaching virtually. And I think that humanizes all of us and creates community, and you'll always remember that story, certainly. Melanie.
Well, there's the image for my humorous story, which I'll tell you pretty quickly. I believe it was in the qualifying exam to become a doctoral candidate. Susie, you might remember this. So there was this sort of hellish phase of that exam. I don't know if they do this anymore, but it was, what I mentioned before, hating about art history classes, having to identify artist, title, date, country of origin really, really, really fast. So they're showing me all of these slides, right? I'm about to become a dissertator, doing nothing having to do with European art. But because I had studied with Professor Banger, I was expected to know some things and be able to identify works. And after many, many minutes, it felt like forever of slide. And we're talking slides like are in that box, the little 35mm slides in a round carousel. And they're going through slides really, really quick. And the screen is white. And I say, Kazimir Malevich, suprematist composition, white on white, etc. And Susie looks at me and she says, Melanie, the slide is jammed. And then either she or someone else in the room said, I think we can move to the next part of the exam. So that is why people are probably thinking, like, why on earth would Melanie Herzog talk about this piece? That was one of my most memorable and probably the most humorous moment. What I really want to talk about, and I know we only have a couple minutes, is what I brought from my education here into my professional practice. I, from here, went to teaching at Edgewood College. I taught there for 25 years, and I was the professor of art history. So I always said that when people say, well, what do you teach? I'd say, I teach everything made by human beings on planet Earth from the beginning of time to the present. And that's really kind of what it is when you're the only one, completely different from this department. But what I learned in this department was to keep on being curious and to keep on pursuing my studies of art history. And as from not that far away, because it's, what, a mile and a half down the street, watching this department change and grow and expand and ask questions that some of us as students were beginning to ask and the faculty were kind of coming along, and realizing that there was so much to learn and so many new ways of approaching art history and so much we could learn from our students. You modeled that for us when you were here, and when the little bit of time we overlapped here. That's what I really learned here, was that you can keep going and keep being curious and keep learning, not just about art from times and places and people you maybe weren't able to study when you were in school, but you're able to keep thinking about new ways of approaching art and visual culture, new kinds of knowledge that can be gleaned from that material about artists, about the world, about movements for social justice, and about yourself. So, that's what kind of kept going. I remember once at a conference having a conversation with Nick Mirtzoff, and I said, oh my God, the department has changed so much. I wish I could go around and do it again. And he looked at me and he said, all of what I'm doing, I didn't learn when I was in school. He's like, you just keep learning. And so that's what this department gave me. And it really has mattered for my teaching as it continues, because now I'm back teaching here, as you said, in African American studies, continuing to learn from my students.
Great, thank you, Melanie. Joan.
Yeah. You can throw up the first slide. Following on Melanie's comments, I really wanted to talk more about mentorship and how to give back and how to maintain a relationship over half a century with an institution to which I love and want to nurture through time. So as you can see, you guys walk underneath this every day. This called a bridge gallery, it is a bridge, and this is a very important bridge, because both in terms of the meaning of the word bridge as well as a physical connection between a museum and an art history department. And when Russell came up with the new building and putting this important link and the reorientation of the campus so that the entry to the campus is now at the museum instead of being on State Street and coming from the Capitol, it changed everything for me as a visitor to this space. And I hope it has for guests and teachers, faculty, as well as students. And on this bridge, he chose, and Amy happily has continued the tradition of placing contemporary Japanese ceramics that look fantastic by day as well as by night, and are sort of a beacon to come to the museum. And nothing has been more gratifying. But it is also that bridge between the museum and the bridge between this department afforded me the opportunity of employing students, both graduate students and undergraduate students, in a number of ways, and hoping to inspire them to go on either as educators or as curators in the most part, or occasionally a dealer. Next slide.
Oops, we jumped. We're jumping again.
I can keep talking.
There we go. Good.
Yeah. So a lot of what I do is what I learned in that museum training course. I teach how to look at art, how to pack art, how to research art, how to respect art, how to talk to my clients, how to make deliveries, how to negotiate with FedEx for tariffs that we're not supposed to pay, and hopefully inspire them. And I started doing this with very modest means by affording travel grants. For me, traveling, that trip to Japan back in 1973 was seminal, and then the travel field trips we made with the training program, museum training program, were really unforgettable, and I wanted to offer that opportunity. So in the beginning, all I could afford was travel grants. And one of the first recipients of my first travel grant here is Laura Mueller, who you see, the gorgeous redhead at the top of the screen, who was Jean Phillips' PhD candidate at the time. She finished her doctorate in ukiyo-e studies. And she came to work for me for doing art fairs, and then eventually I hired her full-time, and she coordinated my build-out for the gallery. So she was actually learning how to deal with carpenters, how to deal with electricians, how to deal with building codes, all that sort of stuff, right while she was still matriculating as a graduate student. Invaluable for her and for me. And what you see there is a blessing ceremony where a head priest of an important temple in a place called Nikko came with his wife to officially grant me the ability from the gods to make money. And I can say it worked. On the other side, you see Giovanni Botero, who was also one of Jean's students, who followed after her. And he went on, finished a master's here, and then went on to, he's Italian. It was great to have a good-looking Italian guy working for me, almost all of them women. But he chose to go home to Italy, and he works as an Asian art expert for an auction house in Italy. And more recently, I've had interns thanks to Stephanie up there, and most importantly, Anna, through the years, who have sent me undergrads, really gifted undergraduates, one of whom was here last night, Deirdre Shore, who at the moment is working for the Joffrey Ballet, but she's still in the performing arts side of the arts, and Eva, who you may recent graduate, Bella Kushner, who's in a law school in New York, and she's pursuing provenance issues in the law and keeping her art front and forward as she pursues repatriating art to the rightful owners. So all of these things have been gratifying for me. And as Henry said, I've learned from those kids as they have learned from me. And hopefully all these lessons will be passed on to another generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, back for Kay.
So I wanted to bring in this slide of the AIDS quilt because for whatever reason, I often end my classes with the AIDS quilt, like whether I'm doing a survey of American art or a survey of craft, or I teach like a folk art class. And anyway, it always seems kind of appropriate to end with the AIDS quilt. And I always cry when I talk about the AIDS quilt in class, so much so that I think all my students must think I, lost someone dear to me to AIDS, which luckily is not the case. But I think it's just such a very powerful work of art. It's you know, it's huge, it's collaborative, it involves so many people to make it. It's crafted, right? It's this kind of material that is from our daily lives, and that really kind of brings this kind of unimaginable tragedy into a very kind of material, tactile form. And it really changed people's minds, right? It really changed the conversation about AIDS in this country, and really, you know, showed people that the AIDS crisis was not just about kind of, you know, scary people that they didn't know, but was about, you know, their neighbors and their loved ones. So I think it's just a very powerful example of like how art can change the world and how people can change the world through art. And I think my feelings about it really kind of came out of what I learned in this program. It was so interesting, Nancy, to hear you talk about the history of teaching here, because I think, benefited from so many of those changes. I was brought in as the Watrous Fellow of Material Culture. I don't really remember exactly what my fellowship was called my first year. And then the second year I was supported by the, you know, the slide library, the digitization of the slides. That was, you know, what was paying me to be here. And so I was here at a time when the material culture program was very interdisciplinary, when the visual culture program was, you know, very exciting, and we were, you know, having all these great kind of speakers coming in and events. And so it was a moment of you know, the real kind of opening up of art history, and you know, all these kind of questions about how to define it, and is it really material culture, is it really visual culture? And something that I really appreciated about this department was their openness to all of that, but also their, as I was saying earlier, their real kind of rootedness in these kind of foundational methods of art history, right? The close looking, the comparisons, the use of primary sources. And I've really, you know, taken that with me, and I just think it's so much more, I don't know, like it's just so valuable to be able to teach people about things like this, or things in their everyday life, from the perspective of an art historian, you know, from the perspective of someone who looks closely and who can really kind of analyze imagery and, you know, make them see things in a different way, right? Because, you know, we just sort of, you know, glance over most things that we look at in our life. So yeah, I took away so much from this program, and I really think that my teaching in particular has really been influenced by the teachers that I had here. So thank you to all of you for that.
Thank you. Thanks, Kay. So it really is, so actually this would be, if I were going to tell my teaching fail story, would be related, because I met a demon laser pointer clicker recently that I will not go into. But I did want to just sort of give a shout out to the fact that the voices that we've been hearing from, and from all of you, have touched on a gamut, even just at this short time we've had together, of the emotions that the arts bring forward. We've had humor, and I hope to hear some more from you now. We've had loss and tragedy and horror, and we've had joy, and we've had this ongoing sense of the absolute seriousness and really intensely significant importance of our mission and what we do. So I'm really enjoying that, the complexity that we're weaving together here in our discussions. So I would like to turn over to the rest of you, and maybe if you have questions for people, but also I really would love to hear some of your own responses, stories, suggestions, ideas about what you'd like to share with us that we all can learn from as a community. Again, you are equal experts to us here in this. And the microphone is Susie, yes. Joan, I mean Peggy, Susie is, yeah.
Well, I'd just like to say I've had great students through the years, and this is something you do miss when you're retired. Many things you don't miss when you're retired. But I just say, I did have an incredible cohort of students in the early 90s, and especially there was one group in particular without which I never would have taught that course in women's art. So I was pushed into several things, and I'm thankful to my students for that. I won't name any names.
Yeah, I think that's really important. We are often led by our students, and as people are saying, we learn and we pick up on, oh, we should be doing this now because they actually have really good ideas.
A no-brainer.
Other, yes.
So I'm a bit of an outsider. I'm not a former student, but I have to say that having been here 6 years now and hearing the panels today and that I was able to attend yesterday, what I think is really special about this place that has really impacted my thinking is how many of the faculty and former faculty were collectors, which Joan alluded to today. Amy alluded to last night, Millard Rogers collecting chiaroscuro woodcut prints, Frank Horlbeck collecting 19th century British jugs. They never collected in their areas. They were always collecting outside their areas. So I think this alludes first to like the curiosity of the faculty and how that has embedded itself in the students. But also, I think the respect for the object and the materiality that a number of you have alluded to and what was alluded to last night has also been inflected through this interest in the faculty in collecting in the actual objects and having access to the objects before the LVM was even built. So I just wanted to kind of note that that's something I see as an outsider that's really, really unique about this program and the teaching here.
Can I say something?
Thank you. Absolutely, yes, please.
That's true for me too. My husband and I do not collect Japanese art. I don't want to compete with my clients, but thanks to Jim Dennis, and I took 2 semesters of American painting, we started with 19th century American landscape painting into still lifes of the early 20th century, inspired by Jim.
Huh. Wonderful, I didn't know that. Someone has something they want to share.
I mean, I also have many embarrassing stories. Like
Yes.
You're a fun
Yes? Would you like to?
Well, something that sticks out to me since Jill Cassidy was in the room was she was offering a graduate seminar the following semester, and we were at some sort of department event where a bunch of graduate students were chatting about it, and then she came up to us, and so I asked her like, can you tell us more about your seminar next semester? I hear it's going to be all Deleuze all the time, and she just like looked at me like, and what's wrong with that? And I was like, oh, that's great. I mean, sounds great, but I mean, I was just wondering if there might be other readings or.
There are always those moments where, as students, we say things to our instructors that we then realize, oh, I wish I'd just bitten my tongue. But also there are the moments where you say something you don't even realize might be taken as somewhat surprising. I had a moment apropos of the idea that we need to be more attentive to making ourselves just people in the classroom and accessible. I had an honor student who I had worked with for the better part of a semester. One of the great things about our program for me is that we're in this huge university with extraordinary resources, but then we are in this small department where we can have one-on-one tutorials with individual students, and that is extraordinary, really. So I had been working with a student for 3 or 4, well, probably it was halfway through the semester, and at one point I was running behind, so I was eating my lunch, my little yogurt, on my desk as she came for her tutorial meeting. And I was sort of saying, oh, well, I'm sorry, here's shoveling my banana peel off to the side. And she looked at me totally astonished and absolutely straightforwardly said, without any sense of irony or amusement at all, she said, wow, you never think about professors eating lunch. And at that point, I realized that I needed to work a little bit more on actually, being embodied, maybe. So I think that it's an important aspect of our teaching, is that we need to not be always perfect and the experts, and we need to acknowledge that we are just other humans. We're all learning together.
Can I just say, I think you've succeeded. I've taken several classes with you, and I know you as a full person. It's very lovely.
Well, we also share a bar space off campus. As we learned, we go to the same place. someone else has to have maybe some of faculty, a good student interaction that there is memorable for them, other alums. The mic can go back over there, I guess, Peggy, thanks. Did not mean to make you exercise.
Okay, I will try to make this quick. So I distinctly remember I was waiting for class to start in the Chazen. Oh no! Okay, we're gonna do this in the dark.
Ooh.
Okay,
They're
story
playing
time,
you off.
everyone.
Somebody leaned on a button would be my guess.
There you
Yes.
go. Okay. Now, I distinctly remember, I think one of my favorite memories here is I was waiting for class to start in the Chazen, and I ended up getting into a conversation with somebody in the Chazen lobby. And at the end of it, he asked me if I was Christian. And then he said, "Oh, take this, you'll need it." And it was a pamphlet of some very strange, like, Protestant theology. And I looked at it and I thought, you know who would really enjoy this? Professor Pruitt. and so I went to class and I went, "Professor Pruitt, look at this flyer a strange man in the Chazen handed me." And I was like, "What do you think the theological implications of this are?" So I think for all this talk about trying to make yourself more personable to students, I think this department has actually succeeded quite well at that, because the fact that my first thought is my professor would really enjoy looking at this, I think the fact that Professor Pruitt was my go-to is actually a very good sign.
And Julia? Is that a hand? Excellent. Okay, Julia will be our last concluding comment.
Well, this is just a nice story. My very first semester teaching Art History 203, the survey of what was called Oriental art at the time, survey of Asian art, 150 students in the biggest lecture room, absolutely terrifying to me. I had come straight from the museum world. I had not been a professor anywhere else, and I had never had teaching experience as a graduate student. Anyway, so I, give my lecture, and a freshman who was in the course came up to me afterwards with a little figurine in his hand, and he said, "I think this is Chinese. Can you help me identify it?" And I was just, "Oh, this is going to be great." So actually, I've heard from that person over the years subsequently. I mean, this apparently made a big impression on him that I was willing to talk to him about this little object that he had gotten somewhere, So anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was often very difficult teaching courses where all the names were really daunting to the student population. I mean, that kind of changed later on. I mean, it was very interesting once we started having students from People's Republic of China, because they weren't daunted at all by the names. I was surprised they didn't necessarily know the history. They didn't know their dynasties. Mm-hmm. But nonetheless, I mean, it was kind of a different mix after that happened. But in any case, I'll stop talking now.
No, that's really a wonderful segue into what is now our break, because it summarizes the shifts in our own experience as instructors here over time with the changing student body, where we are constantly adapting and changing. And all of you are, in fact, the reason we're here, and we're bouncing off of you and engaging with you as much as you are engaging with us. And please keep coming up to us after lectures and having those moments of, "Can you identify this, please?" And here's a random pamphlet someone just handed me, because we thrive on those actually ordinary interactions. So I really would like to give a huge thank you to all of you for being here, and especially, of course, to our panelists who did a spectacular job. Thank you. Yay. So now we have a 15-minute break, ish. And we reconvene at 10 o'clock.
I did see the gallery show.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for joining the panel, Return to the Object, the Material and the Sensory Turn. My name is Yuhang Li, and I'm a professor in Chinese art history. So my research explores gender and material practice in late imperial China, with a particularly focus on devotional practices, mimesis, textile art, efficacious paper, media, and the interactions of theater and religion. I'm deeply honored to have been teaching in this department since 2013, especially on a campus with world-class scholars in material culture studies, from whom I have drawn immense inspirations. It is a privilege to chair this panel on material culture today. So following the object-centered approach to art history, faculties in the Department of Art History have contributed to the study of material and visual culture from a wide range of cultural, geographic, and methodological perspective over the past several decades. In particular, the material and sensory turns in the study of art history have helped us to understand material agency, things in motion, and the intrinsic roles of the object in human experience and social relations. This panel addresses how the study of the return to the objects has reshaped our knowledge of diverse culture, social, and religious practices from a wide geographic area and time period in the world. So including myself, who works on lay Buddhist woman practice in relation to Buddhist deity Guan Yin. Here on the screen, it is a hair embroidery Guan Yin image in late imperial China. Women practitioners often plucked out her own hair, so enduring the pain is part of devotion. Then they used the hair flaws as thread to stitch an icon. For women who had exceptional skill, also split a hair into several finer strands in order to produce very refined line as a way to imitate ink outline painting. So such artistic effort is also expression of devotion. So I would also take this opportunity to thank the Chipstone Foundation for its support of the faculty and students over the past few decades. The growth of material culture studies in the art history department is inseparable from their generous help. So today we have 5 distinguished panelists. So I would introduce them in alphabetical order. So the picture there, you can identify each person. First, Sarah Ann Carter is the Chipstone Foundation Design and Material Culture Chair, Associate Professor of Design Studies, Executive Director of the Nancy M. Bruce Center for Design and Material Culture in the School of Human Ecology at UW-Madison. She received her PhD from Harvard University in 2010. Prior to joining SOHE, the School of Human Ecology, she was the curator and director of research at the Chipstone Foundation in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where she collaboratively curated many museum exhibitions and directed Chipstone's think tank program in support of progressive curatorial practice. She has been working in and around museums since she was 13 years old, very long time. So she has been part of many curatorial projects. So Dr. Carter's training is in American Studies and Material culture. So this training really allows her to consider a wide range of sources as she investigates the history of children and childhood, museums, domestic interiors and the homes, and American social culture lives more broadly. She's currently working on two new projects, the history of practice cottage in the School of Human Ecology, and a new book that will offer an affective or emotional history of the American Museum, tentatively called Museum Feelings. I think we will learn some from her today's talk. She's also the author of Object Lessons, How 19th Century Americans Learned to Make Sense of the Material World, which was published by Oxford University Press in 2018. So she also co-authored or co-edited several books, such as Tangible Things, Making History Through Objects, and the Oxford Handbook of History and Material Culture. So our next panelist is Henry John Jewell, was the adjunct Bascom Professor of Art History and African American Studies at the UW-Madison, and the adjunct curator of African art at the Chazen Museum of Art from 1991 to 2019. So his published works include more than 150 articles, several books, films, and exhibition catalogs, including Yoruba, 9 Centuries of African Art and Thought, introspectives, contemporary art by Americans and Brazilians of African descent. Beats, Body and Soul, Art and Light in the Yoruba Universe, or Mami Wata, Arts for Water Spirits in Africa and its Diasporas. So his awards include a Guggenheim Metropolitan Museum of Art Fellowship, Bard Graduate Center, and Kaswa Senior Fellowships, 3 Fulbrights, and AIS grant for work with CDs, Indians of African descent. So he continues to explore the role of the sense and sensibilities in shaping arts, persons, cultures, and histories using his approach called sensiotics. I hope I pronounced correctly. Our third panelist is our distinguished alumni, Dr. Amy Hughes. Dr. Hughes received her PhD in the Art History Department in 2022. She is an assistant curator at the Koning Glass Museum, specializing in 20th century and contemporary Central European art, design, and visual culture, with a focus on affect as a political strategies in monumental public glass sculptures and photography. Prior to her move to Koning Glass Museum in 2022, Dr. Hughes was based in Prague, Czechia, where she was researching her dissertation on intersections between trauma, modernism, and dissent in Slavov. Libinsky, sorry, my pronunciation might be not correct, and Yaroslavia brick Shita, monumental public sculptures in the 1970s. Dr. Hughes has held positions at the Metropolitan Museum of Art and Czech Academy of Science, and has taught and lectured extensively in the United States, France, and Czechia. Her contributions have appeared in various academic publications, including Photographies and Failure, One Medium's Entanglement with Flobs, Underdogs and Disappointment, Joseph Sodek, Topography of Runes, and her first coming article, Lessons from the Fall of the Revolutions in 1989 in East Central Europe. so you say you want a revolution. Very nice title. So as well as like popular culture magazines, so it's really extremely productive. So our fourth panelist, Anne Smart Martin, is Stanley and Polly Stone Emerita Professor in the Art History Department, where she taught American material culture, decorative arts, and exhibition practice, and created the university's interdisciplinary material culture program. Her research on the global trade of Virginia merchants on the eve of the American Revolution led to a prize-winning book, part of an exhibition at the Smithsonian Museum of American History, and two innovative digital humanities projects, revealing the business and material culture of consumer desires at local retail stores. So such a purchase would ultimately chafe the spirits of everyday Virginians and confront their admirations of Britain and her king. And our fifth speaker is Maria Moskowitz. It's the Lynn Gary Mecklenburg Chair in Textile, Material Culture and Design, so design studies in the School of Human Ecology. She has long been interested in stuff of human life. Earlier in her career, she worked in curatorial roles in history museums, using artifacts to engage communities with their local histories. After receiving her PhD in American Studies at Yale University, working on the role of material culture in building national communities of American consumers in the late 19th and early 20th century, she moved to Scotland to take up a post in history and American studies at the University of Glasgow. Giving her new this perspective on her research, since joining the Design Studies Department at the School of Human Ecology in 2018, she has also developed his historical research in new ways, this time from the perspective of makers and theorists in design and material culture. She has shift this kind of trajectory. So she has also received many fellowships and is also prolific author of books and articles. So her book entitled Standard of Living, The Measure of the Middle Class in Modern America, which was published by Johns Hopkins University Press in 2004. So she also co-edited the Journals of Textile History for many years, and also co-edited several volumes related to the textile history. So today, our panel, as a roundtable discussion, we will discuss the questions around three set of questions. So this is the first group of questions. Our panelists will address this question by using their own academic works. Address this question loosely. I won't, maybe I should read this three set of questions, but all this three large group section primarily deal with the past, current, and the future, the field of material culture. So the first group of question is so in our panel abstract, we mentioned that this term called return to the object. So given that art history has always studied objects, we already learned from previous panels and also from other panels yesterday. What specifically distinguishes this contemporary return? Is it a fundamental shift in methodology or a refinement of existing practices? Second, how has the material turn forced us to reevaluate the traditional hierarchy of art historical evidence. In what ways has it challenged the primacy of textual sources over the object itself? And then the third one is, so I asked our panelists, could you briefly share examples from your own research where focusing on the materiality or sensory experience of an object fundamentally altered your understanding of its culture or religious significance? So without further ado, let's welcome our panelists.
So we will start with Professor Martin. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you all for coming. This has been kind of a moment of looking back for the last 27 years and been very fun to sort of give me the opportunity to think about material culture in the art history department. I look back at a lecture I've given, and I think it's a good way to set some definitions early. Thing theory or thing power, which asks us to think about human-object relations. It's not purely humans, but how objects themselves can have relationships and can foster human action. And objects can be actors themselves, not merely acted upon, and we'll hear about this today. There's phenomenology, which points to the role of senses in how we understand the world. And again, instead of looking at the feigned idea of material as text, there's materiality, which looks at how we consider the real physicality of things, but it's also the way it asks us to look at these relationships and these sort of skeins of webs of relationships as well. And finally, object biographies, and that takes us a little bit about Latour, but it's also perception, but it's also how we think about objects themselves move through space and time. So each of these is today we're not going to talk about the theory, we're going to talk about the methodology, because I think that's really a way for us to think about how we do what we do. I also see it as an uneasy place on the boundaries of disciplines. And that uneasiness has evolved over the last 25 years, but that it's also this sense of how do we do what we do and how are we in and how are we out. So we'll think about that a little bit. So I like to think of this as kind of object studies kind of perching on an edge in a way, so that you cannot kind of see through multiple boundaries. You can see the multiple disciplines, but it's objects, the object itself can move, and it can also, you can look at it as it itself moves. So it gives you this real sense of possibility. When I always define material culture in my long career is something called, it's a three-legged stool based on art history, history, and anthropology, and that was kind of my own training. But now we can add the fourth leg, or perhaps readjust all the legs and surfaces and really think hard about the history of design. And some would say, again, it might add to its stability as a four-legged stool or something like that. So you want to ask us to think about the return of the object, and given that art history has always studied object, how it's changed. And so I think, yes, as we heard yesterday, and we'll come back to some of those, the ways in which objects undergird a lot of what we do, but I don't think we do it in the same way. And I want to start out by pointing out kind of the history. I came here to study the decorative arts, and with Chipstone's gracious funding, which gave us a lot of possibilities in this program. But I also call it the slum of the decorative arts, in that anything, when it's hyphenated like that, you're already in trouble, all right, Henry, that hyphenation. Yeah. So the decorative arts was a term developed in the 19th century as kind of a way to create a categorical space for things that were beautiful or artful, but also useful, and not to separate it from the paintings and sculptures, to separate out, but try to include in. They were particularly, in the long period of decorative arts, we think about the history of great craftsmen, the high, the low, but mainly, and a collection was mainly formed on this idea of craftsmanship, made by known masters, divided into regions to be investigated, etc. And how do we break out of that in our department? I also remember when I came here, material culture was still such a word of how do you work around it? And as John Brown can say, who's here, how do we investigate this movement of decorative arts and material culture? I also remember when material culture and visual culture were considered these two very opposite poles, and kind of this little bit of which is which. And it was fun to see yesterday, of course, the way in which that has also sort of come away from this and that. So art historical, you've always described how things are made, how things are seen, how things are read, the biography of maker. But I would say the return to the object is not completely reshaped in the art historical world, but that it's given us a different set of ways in, and we've continued to do that. I also started about this idea of how other ways we brought in, and I want to bring up two particular things. This department has had gracious and mixed significant support from the Kohler Foundation, and we've had 10 years of student support to go work with different outsider art environments. Again, we don't have time to talk about outsider, insider, whatever the terminology. Nonetheless, that's another way in which coming through the object, coming through material culture allowed us a different set of ways. As a matter of fact, the material culture program itself was born with the support of the Kohler Foundation. We went to Sheboygan and we met and hashed out who we are. And I know Terry Boyd is here too, who is also a significant part of that moment. So we've talked a little bit about the object. What about the material turn? Well, I always kind of giggle when I think that word material turn, because I imagine a scholar kind of turning his head and going, there's an object over there, it's something material over there, the turn. But then I think that allows us to think about materialities of physical nature. And of course, that has, again, been part of what we do. And I know we heard yesterday some important ways in which scholars yesterday talked about it. The paradox is that, and I'll say Jessica Cooley, and also we learned about the materiality of gold. So we've had those things too. The paradox is that one way of this is solid, it's material, but on the other side of these multiple meanings and ideas, so it's problematic. How do we shift from the everyday, the known, and onto, and the solid is much more easy in some ways. And so perhaps one of the biggest shifts in the way that has been going into contemporary culture, we can think about DIY, history of design, and history of design allowed, quote, some ways to think about the decorative arts to move into other directions. My own work was always object-centered, and I didn't do a big bio or what I've done or what I've back, but that I've always moved from an individual or a small thing out to the larger world. And that began as an archaeologist, locating and identifying ceramics, but again, reaching out to that larger world. And from the next step was to look at systems and trade, tobacco, whatever. So I wanted to just sort of ground us a little bit about the history of the place, and hopefully we'll come back to more things about that. But I wanted to highlight or make sure we understood the deep appreciation, importance of the Caxamas Foundation, the Kohler Foundation, and of course the Chipstone Foundation. I'm taking a moment, and I'll steal some of this time and steal some for the next one, because I wanted to talk about this one project, which did indeed sort of cover the last 2013 we began. And I really wanted to bring it up because there were 27 students who have worked on this project, which is a lot of folks. And it began with, and we can go to the next one. It began with an exhibition at the Smithsonian, and that we were able to work with. It began with an account book. I should back up a little bit. The account book we studied, a merchant in Alexandria, Virginia in the 1750s, and all the things, the global parts of trade, parts of the world that came through this. And again, think about the object, maker, China, other parts of the world, maker, moved it here, and made it in England too, and consumed whatever. So we were able to, and Monica Welke was here, she was actually part of that class and was able to go to the Smithsonian with me. We were able to choose objects from there that fit with the kind of things that were sold in Ramsey's store, as well as kind of things from their collection. And if you go to see it today and you go to that interactive panel, you'll still see that it was done by UW Material Culture students and all in a class, Art History, Music 601, a museum class, and all of their names. So I'm very proud of that. So make sure you go next time at the Smithsonian, take a look. And I guess, so there's what we see at the Smithsonian. It's still there for another 9 years, a permanent exhibition. And I feel pretty confident that it'll still be there after some of the machinations of the current administration, because we can think of it as, awfully important about business and entrepreneurs. We can do it wherever we want. All right, so if we keep going, and you can see there, anyway, the objects we were able to choose from the collection of the Smithsonian to illustrate some of those things. And also, if you go, just go forward back, to the next one.
I don't know what happened.
I mean, and we don't have to read through this. My wonderful student Travis has been working with me all these wonderful presentations. But I think the idea is that we wanted to be very clear about what we were doing and how this affects these larger ideas about not just, it's about business, it's about the world, but it's also about how things mattered to people at the time, and that consumerism actually was part of mercantilism, and that's what led to relations with Britain. And you know what? That also led to the breaking of the colonies from Britain, is the sense of being too connected and taken advantage of by merchants. So we had 15 students in the class. Then we had a dozen more working here. And I'll just highlight a few people, and we're moving fast. I'm going slow, but I'm getting some time back. Morgan Limmer Weber, who began it all, started out. Most importantly, and two people that are here are Joanna Wilson and Travis, who have carried this boat for a long time. So think about it. 2013, we had a series of note cards, and we sort of went through this. Ever since then, we've completely done this massive ledger, 25,000 transactions of purchases, over 600 people who bought, and we've since done, and you'll see in just a minute, I really wanted to do what we call an visual museum, visual dictionary, thank you. And we can go on. So you can see here, I mean, this is the array of things that we sold there. So it's all across everyday objects, but also textiles. More than half of it is textiles. So each of these objects we had to research, and not only through the catalog, not only through what it says in the collection, but what is it. And we'll find that names completely changed. We don't have time to do this thing. But anyway, so you can see this remarkable, we've now done about almost 400 objects have been analyzed. So pretty impressive. All right. So look at the next one real fast. And you can see just as we just did the coffee pot, Travis called it up, that this is the kind of thing, just go back where you were. Anyway, we don't have time, we don't have to do it, but it was a coffee pot, and you had to describe how coffee drinking would fit in the colonial world, and also so then we had to work through what they probably were, and the materials, and some guesses there. That's fine, you can, and then we can look at a couple of other particular things to reach out, something that's, objects for sale. Osnaburg was a very common material, one of the most commonly used for enslaved sort of clothing the enslaved, very inexpensive, but also poorer sorts. And through that, we can also look here at, there you can see it in the ledger. You can see the idea of the shirt and describe it. Here's the price. But we can also loop over to, and I think it's the next one, if we haven't missed it already.
We don't have next. Next is
oh, then we missed one. Go back one more.
This one?
Oh, there we go. So we can see, for instance, the purchase of an enslaved man who did indeed purchase Osnaburg himself, as well as the thing that really struck us was gunpowder. So here's an enslaved man able to have an account, pay for his own purchases, and to see into that world of different kinds of customers. And there's a wonderful backstory there about how they were able to become consumers in that whole world. So I just wanted to highlight this to show that this continuing project, we're almost out of funding, but we're going back to the Smithsonian and saying, let's do a little bit more, and we're excited about that possibility. But it was all done through the students here. And so that we were able to draw people from things that they were working on. They might have been working on Greek and Roman, but they quickly became experts on this. So I wanted to be sure to highlight that, and we'll keep going on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Thank you, Anne, for this brief introduction of the material culture studies in the department. So now we move to our next speaker, is Henry. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let me say that I love working with objects, and they have taught me, as my students have taught me. And I think it's that interaction and that exchange that has become, kind of the center of how I try to work with people, with things, and with ideas. My own background is a mixture of art history and anthropology and history and the arts and art history, which has kind of made me want to have a broader view and context for the way I talk about the work, because I'm interested in how those works touch and shape the lives of the people who interact with them. And what took me to sensiotics was the fact that I had to engage with the material in a bodily way, in a fully bodily way. And that through my body and my senses and my sense abilities, which were developed during an apprenticeship, I came to understand something of the deep importance of that kind of sensory exchange and interaction. And so what I am going to show and talk very briefly about is one little beloved object. It is a twin memorial figure from the Ewe people in West Africa. The Ewe and the Ga share a tradition of honoring the specialness of twins when they come into the world. They're seen as special children who are both double fortune and double trouble. If one of those twins that comes into the world leaves too soon, a memorial figure is carved to honor that child. And the image that represents that departed twin is then kept within the house, usually within the sleeping quarter of the mother who gave birth to that child, and is lovingly cared for as the future generations of children come into the world, because they're trying to make sure that the spirit of that departed twin stays happy on the other side in Orung, so that it doesn't call its living twin to join it too soon, okay? So here's an example of a sculptor's representation of a departed twin. Notice that very special, stylish hairdo on this male figure. But I want you to see especially the wearing out of the features on the face and the head of this figure, because the fact of the erasure of those facial features is the result of the love, care, and interaction of the mother and others in the family that lost that twin, to take care of the image on a regular basis, as if that spirit was still living with them. and needing all the care that they had as when they were living there. So these figures are washed, they're dressed, they're symbolically fed, they're clothed. You're seeing the beads of devotion, probably to Arshun, the goddess of sweet water, those yellow beads around the waist. The cowrie shells would have been used perhaps in communication with the spirit of the twins on the other side, because 4 cowrie shells would be thrown as a way of divining what the child is feeling and how they're doing and whether they want any special gifts. These figures would be carried in the wrappings of the mother when she goes to the marketplace to sell. They would be danced with, they would be sung to, they would be celebrated. To me, it embodies that connection of people and things. And it talks about emotion, about feeling. It's about how we deeply engage with things, and that we need to remember all of the senses that we possess that go into this evocative experience. The Yoruba have their term for art or arts, ona, which I render as evocative form. Evocative form. Now, when I talk about form, I'm talking about not just sculpture, but paintings, photographs, songs, food, dance performances, all of those things that are evocative culture that we call the arts. And that object expresses the shaping of people's lives as a result of being moved by the forms that they live with and that touch them as they touch this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move on to next speaker, Sarah.
Sure, thank you. I'll just briefly address this question around the material turn, which is one that I find interesting. I'm interested in that as a historiographical concept because for me, my work actually traces a much longer material arc. So as opposed to thinking of us right now as being within a current material turn, which requires, I think, a pretty narrow definition of understanding like who's asking questions about the material world, I'm much more interested in thinking about a much longer trajectory of questions about what I think of as material culture, which for me are questions around the material traces of the past, right? And when I think about that, I think about material broadly defined. I think about past broadly defined. I think about past from the deep history that shaped the mountains around us that we might name and know. I think about past that just passed, right? So if we really want to understand, from my perspective, the material traces of the past, I'm not thinking about it in sort of a narrow historiographical way as something that is just, turned or we've just discovered, but really thinking back from, in my own area of expertise, which is, the long 19th century, thinking about folks who are interested in making sense of the world through objects and understanding objects like this. It's an object lesson teaching box from the mid-19th century, objects like this that were designed to help people make sense of the world through their engagement with these sorts of things, and understanding objects like this as a kind of work of material culture, as a kind of intellectual history, as we understand these objects brought together in a way to make sense of the world, and really connecting objects and ideas in ways that I find really central to what we're thinking about within material culture or within the material turn. Like for me, it's really interesting to think about material culture within frames like art history, but also as a kind of intellectual history. How do we understand the history of ideas rooted in things? And so that requires this like much longer arc. And I also like to think about that much longer arc because it helps me invite others into that conversation, like antiquarians. People might be defined as antiquarians, but these amazing historians from earlier times who worked with objects and who started with things and whose work we can really value. It also helps us think about the practice-based work of early home economists and designers who were really rooting their work in the study of stuff, in the study of material things. And that kind of expansion allows us to bring in many more diverse voices, particularly voices of 19th century women scholars who are helping us think about this sort of work in new ways. And so I find that really exciting, and I think it's exciting to try to kind of expand the way we think about where we identify material culture and material analyses throughout the university. Because of course, this university, like so many, is founded on collections, right? I mean, in the very first document setting up this university, there were objects and collections. And so really understanding that material things are the foundation of so many of the disciplines that we all play with and engage with and define ourselves as part of. So just a brief reflection.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move to Amy.
I will just spend a bit of time briefly talking about the third prompt and give an example of how thinking with materiality has been central to some of my work in post-war Central Europe. So close examination of the materiality of post-war Czech glass artists Stanislav Lubensky and Jaroslava Bryktova's monumental work called Friendship of Nations challenges the lingering perception that glass from this period of during communism was ethically bankrupt because it was made during communism and had no artistic or ethical content. Instead, a material reading, especially when paired with traditional and non-traditional forms of primary research, offers a nuanced glimpse into the artist's traumatic experiences of living under authoritarian rule in the aftermath of the 1968 Soviet-led invasion of Czechoslovakia, which ushered an era of intense political and artistic oppressive crackdowns. The artist's manipulation of the material and the formal properties of glass reveal the critical role of glass's material properties of refraction, transparency, its alchemaic relationship with light and movement in what I call affective descent, showcasing feelings that were not publicly tolerated under the communist government, and specifically traumatic responses from living in the immediate aftermath of this invasion. The work, as you can see behind me, consists of a series of floor-to-ceiling double-paneled cast glass planks with heavy relief work in these abstract shapes that appear to just collide into one another. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, in the center of the sets of these four panel pieces are these live cast dismembered limbs positioned as if they are attempting to reach out and grasp each other's hands. The alchemaic relationship between glass, light, and movement around the piece alters the material to continually make those limbs appear to move and morph and disappear and reappear like ghosts that are haunting the interior, but they can never touch. Likewise, the abstract relief forms, they shapeshift into different colors and shapes with movement, appearing to overpower or swallow the limbs completely, which you can see in the presentation drawing below. They're slappily inserted into the work with no integration. If we can get to, yes, same slide. They're slappily integrated into the work with no integration. The hands are stretched wide. They're not in a relaxed position at all, as if they're desperately trying to grasp the other hand, but are completely unable to. And they are dismembered, which is itself a violent act, and are depicted in anatomically incorrect positions. Next slide. So while the official interpretation of the work was that it signified the friendship between the Czechoslovak and Russian nations, the subtext of this work, expressed through the materiality, was that of violent, traumatic blows to the body dismembered by authoritarian forces too powerful to overcome. Their belief that glass could convey all human feeling, and that to be truly good art, it must contain all of one's experiences, and the fact that these were the most difficult years of their lives, support this reading. They exploited the perception of glass as a purely decorative medium, long thought to be empty and vacuous and devoid of any political content and purely functional, to insert these hidden in plain sight, refractive, affective, traumatic experiences that haunt the work and that were coded just enough to pass through the censors. Thus, the materiality helped them negotiate politics by appearing to retreat from them, and revealed memory by refracting or obscuring it. Next slide, please. The neglect and vandalism the work experiences today demonstrates that the affective economies embedded in and sticking to and radiating out of the glass materiality still circulate today. The National Museum built a wall around the whole piece in 2009 to erase it from the visual landscape because of its perception as being ethically bankrupt. After a successful pressure campaign, it was removed in 2013, but it was done so carelessly that a third of the piece broke. To this day, there is still no signage around who made the piece. Every time I've seen it, there's debris all around it, which I argue are evidence of unresolved trauma from the past, sticking to this material and operating in the present. Friendships of Nations materiality continues to critically mobilize new insights then into expressions of affective dissent, understandings of life under authoritarian rule, and the long-term implications and consequences of unresolved social violence.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely have a new understanding of the glass. Our next speaker is Maria.
So the beauty of going last is that really everything that you had planned to say has already been said. So I can be quite brief. But echoing some of my colleagues in the session before, I wanted to start by this idea of learning from our students. And I'm really pleased that some of the students who are in my class this semester are in the room and took part in a conversation that we had in class on Monday when a question was posed by someone in this room, who I won't embarrass, who said, well, so what is the relationship between art history and material culture? And I got out my pencil and I was like, okay, you tell me, because I have to talk about that on Friday morning. so I'm very grateful, and we had a very good conversation. But I think I was interested, as Sarah talked about, and as people have been talking about this morning a lot about interdisciplinarity, I was really interested also to think about the material turn in a different way. I mean, I should say from the start, I've always been art history adjacent rather than like rooted in an art history department, either for my own degrees or my teaching remits. So maybe this is my own perspective as an outsider, but I think when we think about the material turn in art history, we really need to think more broadly about the material turn in the humanities in general. And for me, I think maybe what the shift is in this discipline is actually a shift towards interdisciplinarity, right? And an acceptance of these cross-cutting conversations. And some of that stems from the types of academic studies related to identity. So area studies programs, women and gender studies programs, things like science and technology studies, so sort of a sub-discipline type of interdisciplinary conversations. And as Nancy importantly reminded us earlier, some of those new ways of thinking about how we might structure academia are currently under threat. And that affects not just those studies departments, but all of us. So that's really important to remember. But I think that perhaps when we think about how all these different studies and disciplines consider the material world, it is the object or the artwork that's the common denominator, right? Like that's the thing that's at the center of what we can all talk about. And as Sarah pointed out, those are conversations, those interdisciplinary conversations have actually been going on for a long time. And so for me, the return is also sort of a return to new structures of academic organization and the institutions that we're in, not just in universities, but also in the ways some museums are structured, the ways heritage organizations are structured, et cetera. So yeah, I think I wanted to think about that turn as part of a broader conversation.
Yeah. Wonderful. Given I think some of the panelists already touch upon on our kind of a second set of questions, more kind of an in-depth dive into the sensory experience, especially Henry already gave very wonderful discussion of these objects. So I think some of our other panelists also want to say more about this kind of sensory experience. So I won't read this all the kind of three sub questions, but this three sub questions really help us to think more about current. I think some of you already gave a fabulous talk. Presentation on your previous research. So this really kind of help us to go deeper in the current research. So Anne, do you want to start?
Oh, sure. Sure. The next step, I wanted to point out that my bio is really brief, but I do stuff besides Colonial Virginia, honest, and done a lot of other work. And one of those is a new project I'm working on, which is about materiality of light in early American interiors. So trying to really work through how objects and spaces and environments are transformed by and will transform everyday life. And I will start real fast because I took some time before. And I want to start with one quote, and it's early 19th century. It says, "Hail candlelight. We love to read, talk, sit silent, drink, sleep by candlelight. They are everybody's sun and moon. They're our particular household planet. And wanting it, candlelight, what savage, unsocial nights must their ancestors have spent. What repartees could have passed when you must have felt about for a smile and handled a neighbor's cheek to be sure that he understood it." And he says, jokes came in with candles. So we think about this, I think about this darkness as a gustatory dilemma. Vision mattered because he said, the senses can absolutely give and take reciprocally pleasure of the civilized man, who, even in these civilized times, have never experienced this. When at some economic table he has commenced dining after dusk and waiting for the flavor until the lights come on. Can you tell pork from veal in the dark, or distinguish sherries from pure Malaga? And he goes on and on about not knowing about light and olfactories and smoking. It was not just darkness, it was the very essence of civilized life. So in this project, I look at it in terms of what the senses are, when certain things matter, indeed looking at the affect of different times and spaces and really focusing on different times of day, different places, and different ideas. And we can look at it, there's lots of ideas about object narratives where candles are working through different things. We can look at it in terms of times of day. We can look for this idea of the evening trope. But all in all, I think I just real quick want to jump in here to point out that this whole idea of affect, but that it also allows us to move in on the second one, if I can turn around fast enough, the sensory, but also movement across time and space, because people moved to light, light moved to people, and that it also was a dramatic re-change. So think about it when everyday light became a more standard, and how that relationship of things and people were transformed. So real quick.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. I think next is Sarah.
Okay. So just briefly, in my teaching, and especially the Material Culture Pro Seminar, which I often teach as histories of object-based knowledge, in which I often have many art history students in, which is a joy. I think a lot about what it means to interact with the material world. And I don't necessarily always find the idea of material agency as something that's particularly useful on its own, because it feels to me sometimes like it flattens the idea that there are objects that are animate. Material agency isn't just a theoretical concept, like there are animate things, and to think of that as a theoretical concept isn't always helpful for me, because it can detract from animacy of objects sometimes in a funny way. But I do really try to engage with the ways objects act on people as they engage with them. And in particular, as Anna already mentioned, drawing lessons, from like phenomenology, as well as case studies, like from Shipstone's Material Intelligence Journal, which is edited by Glenn Adamson, which really explores like the affordances of a wide range of materials to help us think about how makers in some ways are collaborating with what those materials make possible, right? And in my own teaching, I do a lot of work around material engagement and the senses, and I certainly learned a lot from Henry in that area. But thinking about how giving your students the challenge of making something simple. Like often my students try to make something in the class. Like, what does it mean to follow instructions? How do you engage with something materially through trying to create it, even if it's something like a paper crane? Or thinking about the material qualities of objects. I don't have the privilege of teaching like a connoisseurship course here, but having students identify what they're looking at or understand the material nature of things is really, really important. Thinking too about things like taste and smell, right? Like I'll bring in like a wine tasting kit to my class, no wine, but sort of the various smells that a sommelier has to learn to identify. And have engaging with something like that becomes a key way to understand how do we understand relationships between our senses and what we experience and language, which is a huge challenge for those of us who engage with material things. There's often this great gulf between what we materially experience and how we describe it that helps us really get at some of the intellectual problems of understanding the senses, and also to help us really understand our own subjectivity and how we can deal with that as thoughtful analyzers of the material world. And so those are some of the ways in which I think a lot about the senses in my work, and of course work that Marina and I are doing collaboratively around histories of home economics and material culture. Maybe the next, do I have another slide there? Yeah, just very briefly, places like the UW Practice Cottage, places that don't exist anymore, but how might we think about what we can learn about the senses to engage historically with how people might have experienced the world or learned through their material experiences of the world. And that gets me really excited because it allows us to do our best to try to understand not just what things might have looked like, but to understand how people actually engaged with or experienced material things as sources of historical evidence.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if Henry, you want to add anything, or shall we?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, let me. I think I kind of I was in a different order, so I jumped into with number 2 rather than number 1 because I'm trying to be engaged here. Okay, so some of the things is the issue of that we've been talking about. In many of these panels, we start with the close looking, okay? And I keep hearing people talking about reading images. I've got a problem with that because we see images and we sense images. And I think it's evidence of the kind of the impact of the fact that we're using words to talk about these things, but we have to remember that our words need to include our affective experience, our emotional experience, our somatic experience, because that's what these arts are and the objects. And the divisions, that have persisted in the field that we do, the kind of siloing that has happened in our work, are starting to go away. I mean, we're engaging in some equity here between so-called low arts and high arts, between visual arts and the performing arts. I think that's one of the things that's been important to me, that we've moved to material studies because we're talking about basic things that pull us together, that unify the kinds of things that we're trying to understand, and continually be incorporative and inclusive in that work. So essentially, that's what I want to say. That affect is as important as effect.
Yes.
And feelings are as important as thoughts and ideas. And I think it will enrich our sense of these creations of human beings.
Thank you. Let's move to Amy.
One of the exciting developments surrounding thinking with new methodological frameworks for the sensory experience of an object is exploring links between the sensory experiences, at least in my work centered around glassmaking, is the experience of hot glass blowing. An artistic practice for any of you who may have practiced or tried it that engages all of one's senses, from touch to sound to sight to smells, along with breath and movement, and the latest research in trauma research. I know that sounds like a strange combination, but hear me out. Experts in trauma research, such as Bessel van der Kolk, have shown that when we experience a traumatic event, our brain doesn't process it in the same way it does a neutral experience, and the feelings experienced during that traumatic event, they get stuck in our bodies. Cognitive therapies help. They work with our brains, but they can only do so much and they can only go so far. These experts have found that we need somatic therapies and practices that work with our bodies to help move that trauma through the body. Now, glass blowing or glass making, particularly hot glass blowing, when you are working with molten glass that is over 2,000 degrees hot to form and sculpt objects, it is a somatic practice. Maybe some of you have taken glass blowing at classes in the Glass Lab here, which is the oldest university glass blowing program in the United States.
Yep.
Or you've maybe tried a demo someplace else, or maybe you've watched Netflix Blown Away series, which is a reality show about glass blowing. The artistic practice, it really does. It involves your touch. It involves sound and sight and smells of the wood furnace and the burnt paper of the hot shop, along with your breath and movement. It also requires the soft skills of having to trust other people, because if you're making glass, you're really usually making it with other people. Any of you who've watched any large piece of glass getting made, it's almost like a choreographic dance of multiple people making and working together to make this object. So a few glass-making studios in recent years around the country have begun creating trauma-informed glass-blowing programs, working with people who've experienced trauma, including the one that I'm showing up above on the screen of Project Fire, which is not too far away in Chicago. It was co-founded and led by glass artist and educator Pearl Dick, which works with individuals that are affected by gun violence. Now it's in its 10th year. The program is incredibly successful, and I think one of the reasons why, in addition to all of these other components of the trauma-informed programming, is because of the sensory material experience of glass blowing is doing similar labor or work as some of the somatic therapies advocated by trauma therapists and experts to help trauma move through the body. Now, these interdisciplinary connections are extraordinarily exciting for not just cross-pollination of two different fields of studies that may not seem to fit together, but also because they showcase additional reasons why studying art and art history, materiality matters, why finding these new connections and methodologies matters to make tangible differences in people's lives to help heal. And at the same time, major challenges exist when thinking of how to bring this type of thinking, much less programming, to different cultures. If I'm thinking specifically about Central Europe, putting decolonial theory into practice and identifying my own bias and positionality as an outside scholar raises the question of how to ethically navigate around my position as a foreign scholar concerning types of issues that are more openly discussed in American society than in Czech society. The subject of trauma, specifically domestic and sexual violence, is a taboo subject in Czech society. Only last year, the first shelter in Czechia opened, and there's one in the entire country. 2022 was the first time a hotline opened in the country. The UN estimates 1 in 4 women experience violence. So there is an absolute need. Yet the idea of presenting the subject as a foreigner, observing affective economies of trauma circulating in their society and offering interventions to check audiences seems to feed the very type of approach of a decolonial modality rejects. So it's a tension for me that remains unresolved.
Yeah, thank you for bringing in this perspective, especially on traumas, into the study, thinking about the sensory in the material studies. So, Maria? Marina?
So, like a good material culture scholar, I brought stuff. And I realized from where you're all sitting, the things I'm going to hold up rather than show on the screen are going to be small, but I'm happy to pass them around. But there's a reason that I wanted in a panel on material culture to talk about materiality. So I'm going to show you and pass around 2 objects. One is an image of lace, and the other is an image of lace, or a piece of lace. And I think it was important that we think about the differences between these. This one, a piece of lace has been cast and printed. This one, a lace maker has made a piece of lace. But really, if I just showed these to you on the screen, the difference between them would not be super apparent, right? And this is, we've talked a lot today. Do you want to actually add these into the audience? Yeah. Thank you, Yvonne. We've talked a lot today about practices of close looking and using all of our senses. And I think this attentiveness to materiality is important because on the surface, these 2 pieces of art might be doing similar work if we think about them only in their image and their form. But they're doing very different pieces of work, really, if we think about what they're made from and how they're made. And this may be, in some ways a really obvious example, but I think we can sort of abstract that distinction to think about, how materiality and materials themselves fit into the study of art history. And I guess for me, I think that attentiveness to materials makes me also think about choices, artistic choices, cultural choices, historical circumstances in which people produce these types of works, because we can think about what are intrinsic properties of a particular material. Why do people choose those materials? How do they use those intrinsic properties? How do they subvert those intrinsic properties, as we were just hearing about? And I think also we have a set of questions about value and values that we can start to parse when, again, we have that really close attentiveness to the material. So not only can we think about, like, well, why this material? What does this give us to make this thing or this image? But we can also think about what are the processes, what are the practices that someone has done or that a group of people have done with these raw materials, and how do we add value? That might be monetary value, it might be sentimental value, it might be cultural value, et cetera, along the way. And I think those are questions we can more easily ask, but also start to answer if we can then sort of unpack these distinctions. And so I think for me, that's where that strong sort of attentiveness really comes into play. And I'm hoping some of you this afternoon, we might tempt up the hill to Nancy Nicholas Hall to see both some of the treasures of the textile collection and see a new exhibit about quilts that has just gone up that I had the pleasure of curating. And I spent a lot of...
It's really good.
Oh, thank you. But the funny thing about this, for those of you in the room, and I think probably everyone in the room has had some moment of curatorial practice, whether as a classroom exercise or actually in this building or what have you. And I was actually away for all of the last academic year, and I started this work looking at images, and through the kindness of some colleagues in this room, beaming in on Zoom or FaceTime as they held their phone over the textiles and the textile collection. But nothing for me beat the few weeks that happened when I got back to town and could actually work with objects. And so I was so aware of what I was learning from the objects themselves that I couldn't learn from the image. And there are all sorts of things that I could enumerate, and you'll have to come up the hill to see them. But it, you know, that I think I had that moment this summer where I was reminded of a sort of career's length attempt to distinguish, the material from the image and really recognize the interplay between them.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry. So I know we're behind schedule. So we actually have the third group of questions. But I probably just quickly ask because Amy and Sarah has one slide. Just quickly kind of address the contemplation of the future of material culture studies. And then we'll probably have 5 minutes for the Q&A. Yeah.
I'll be very quick. And I should say, in the context, for various reasons within my school and the School of Human Ecology, we've been invited to think a lot about AI in our teaching, and really just to think hard about how a deeper understanding of artificial intelligence could impact or help us think about our teaching. And so I've been thinking a lot about material culture and AI, and in particular about how actual object-based teaching in the classroom with the amazing collections that we have access to really help us develop, help us lean into the building up of like durable critical thinking skills that are not really replicable through AI, right? And so I've been thinking a lot about how when my students are engaging with a material thing in the classroom, when that thing is in front of you on the table, that amazing quilt that my colleagues in the Helen Louise Allen Textile Collection pulled out, or the amazing objects here that you were able to ask nicely and have brought out to your class to visit, to study here in the Chazen as well. When those objects are in front of your students, they can't hide behind a screen. They can't write a really creative prompt to help them understand it. They have to look at the thing itself, okay? And I've been thinking about this a lot because I feel like there's actually a huge opportunity for those of us who study material things right now. Material things like in our textile collection, like here, this amazing collection that we have access to in the Chazen, and other campus collections too. This is a moment for us to really shine and to think about how engagement with material things is really foundational as we think about the future of humanities education. Yeah. So I think this is a time to really name that and to understand that we have this amazing opportunity. We're teaching our students skills that you can't learn anywhere else, except when you're actually looking at that thing and you're forced to understand what you're looking at, to make sense, to make connections, to develop thoughtful questions. And that will help them make sense of the world in the classroom and beyond. And so just an invitation that this is all work that I think we have to do and name, and do the translation work that I'm doing now to explain how this is helping us teach these durable skills that are going to be vital regardless of technological change and transformation.
Thank you. Yeah,
and just to build off on that too, I have two antidotes of the importance, I think, of, as you said, capitalizing on this moment and showcasing the importance of highlighting how important and how there's no substitute for the actual objects. Engaging in works such as the ones on the screen, which are light installations that mix glass, light, and movement that are all activated by our senses. So either by touch, by sound, or by movement, sometimes with breath. When you are with a group of people who are experiencing a light installation that is all activated by movement and they're all strangers, there is something affectively that shifts in that group. And when that group has left, every time I've gone and given tours of works like this, the affect level has shifted. There's a little bit more of a sense of community that's built. There's a little bit softer of a group that leaves that room. Likewise, when I am touring and showing individuals how, when you walk around a specific work of art, that the light and the shape of and the colors will move and shift as you move around it. There are audible gasps. I just don't think you can replicate that in an image. Last year, I had the opportunity to lead a group of high school students to curate their own show at the Museum of Glass in Corning. And over half of them told me the most interesting part of the whole process was the day that we went to the library, the archival library, where they could handle photographs and pictures and period journals. And one of them said to me, we live our whole lives on the computer. Like, actually handling paper was revelatory. And I think it just recommitted me in my curatorial practice and educational practice to make sure I find opportunities to make it possible for any audience I'm working with to have those hands-on experiences, to showcase why the work we do is important, so important, and how it absolutely, it can't be replicated.
Yeah, thank you. I think we only have like 1 minute left. Maybe we can take only one question. I still feel bad that no Q&A section. Any quick questions? I mean, yeah, Jennifer.
Sarah, this was so, everyone, this was so great. You showed us a box. What is in the box? I'm like dying to know the box that you showed. What is
So many things.
what was the purpose of the box?
So these teaching boxes were used in order to introduce children to all different aspects of the world. There were objects that were gathered from throughout their communities from all over the world. There were lists of objects that could be used, and they were initially designed for sensory education, right? So the idea of learning to name, almost like in this like Lockean idea of stocking your mind with ideas, right? You have to understand, what are these colors, what are these senses, what are these things that your senses are experiencing. But then they were also used as early writing exercises too, to invite students to learn how to write about those objects, how to describe them, how to make connections between them, and how to categorize them. Because in the act of categorization, you're learning to make arguments, and therein lies the foundation of the university and like the whole intellectual world that we're part of. But that's what is in that box.
Yeah,
a lot of cool stuff.
Thank you. It's already 11:15. We have to stop here. Let's thank our panelists again for this illuminating discussion.
I need to come to Corning. Very excited by everything you shared.
And I invite everybody to continue conversation out in the lobby, but our next panel will be starting in the next couple of minutes. So we're going to do a quick changeover. Thanks.
We needed to sort of show that things have changed, as you know.
And we're always thinking about how maybe collaborate with other institutions, or if you have students who are interested in themselves. I know right now art is picking up for your class.
I was getting a question.
I have extras to do. I feel like there's just
They had a timestamp.
Yeah. No.
They do.
She had to sneak out in a hurry and left
Thank
that
you.
behind.
I appreciate it. Okay, I'll get it to her. Yeah, she had to go to class. Thanks. Did you see Andrea? Truitt. Andrea Truitt.
Oh, I didn't.
There's a schedule right out there. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll have to get it. So thank you for letting me know. Okay.
My favorite trousers on today. I'm talking about chairs, so I thought it appropriate to wear upholstery from the chairs.
All right. Okay, everybody. Wonderful. I'm so excited that everyone's having such great conversation.
I'll ask when we're all done. John is still part of it is who's here. I think he's gone. Most of it though. Yeah. I think you're all day. This was 1 minute. I couldn't go to the next class instead of our class was going. I love the class.
From the cigarette.
We're waiting for a panelist, so.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious.
So please come in. There's plenty of seats. We're just waiting on our last panelist to arrive. They're getting a coffee, I think.
Oh. I love that the best color reproductions are cigarette containers from Germany. Cigarette boxes.
I catch up with what you did over the summer and what's happened.
Yeah, things are.
Oh, I'm not the only one that wears them. I wore these to a wedding in a formal dress. I would kill myself.
I lean on the fact that I represent the public institution very heavily in a lot of different ways. And you hear me say it a lot, but like wearing sneakers on Friday is one of them.
You're supposed to have penny loafers or something like that.
Yeah, right. No, I like to.
I'm glad Nixon knew them. It seemed like the classes that I take were neglected. Like Chinese history, and Nick stuff. Tom Hale's talk about the experience, especially Nick. Nick's done so much with excavating, and there's so many of his students, you know.
At least graduate on the last panel talked about
All right. I hope everybody found a seat who wants one. All right. Welcome to our sixth and final panel of this symposium. It's just been incredible. And I've reconnected with so many people, and I know many others of you have had the same experience and feel very energized by this experience. I did not write out formal remarks for this panel, partly because I wanted to use it as a kind of conclusion. And as I was thinking about it this morning, I think two themes have really, there's many themes, but two have really stood out to me. One is interdisciplinarity, which we heard a lot about in the recent panel, as being something, and we heard certainly from alumni that their experience at UW was interdisciplinary. And my colleague, Professor Marshall, pointed out about the area studies centers closing on campus, which is a threat to interdisciplinarity potentially. I'll speak about that in a second. So interdisciplinary is one, and the department has been extraordinarily interdisciplinary for many of us as scholars, but also in nurturing relationships with other disciplines on campus. And that leads into the second theme that I've heard about. And historically, as we look back, and we've heard about this as well, partnerships have been a feature. The department, the little engine that could, has always looked to partnering for many things. And that has a history that goes way back, but one of the things that in preparing for the Centennial I was thinking about was James Watrous and his vision for the department and the museum and the library all working together. I think that history is still very much with us, not only in what we do on a daily basis, but in our spirit. As a member of the faculty, I can say that. So we're hearing those two themes, but I will say, coming back to something I alluded to earlier with the area studies centers, this is also a time of tremendous upheaval on college campuses. This campus included, I'll give a plug, the Center for the Humanities is hosting a panel as part of their Humanities Now series on December 3rd between 5:30 and 7 over in the Elvium building in the lower level. And the panel is called How Can Universities Survive? And they are going to be tackling this issue head on. I'm sorry, December 3rd. Yeah, sorry, December 3rd, 5:30 to 7. And I personally feel, and this is why I wanted to have this panel, is that partnerships are a way that we can not only survive, but actually thrive. And we're being told that by leaders on campus to pursue partnerships with private industry. I'll leave it to you to think about how that works with art history. And if anyone has any ideas, please share them with our chair, Professor Jennifer Pruitt. But I think partnerships are one way, again, that I think we can thrive. And so those are the opening comments I want to give. So I'll give brief introductions to our panelists. I'm sorry I don't have slides for this. And I will try to move from left to right here. Just raise your hand when I call you out. Nicholas Cahill is professor of Greek and Roman art and archaeology in the Department of Art History. As many of you know, Professor Cahill teaches classical art and archaeology for us, and he has been a member of the Sardis expedition since 1979 and has served as director since 2008. Throughout his career, Dr. Cahill has participated in archaeological excavations in Turkey, England, Israel, and I'm sure many more places. He specializes in Greek and Near Eastern archaeology, particularly of Anatolia, and his research interests include Greek city planning and social organization, interrelations between Greece and the Near East, archaic Greece, Persia, and Greek epigraphy. Next we have Anna Simon. Anna is head of the Kohler Art Library and interim head of the Mills Music Library, talk about interdisciplinary, at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Her work focuses on stewardship and access to artist books and special collections, with particular attention to how archives and libraries support creative and scholarly engagement. She is also interested in cultivating the library as a place and shifting service models from transactional to relational. Next is Matt Westerby. Matt is an art historian invested in the future of research and open scholarship. In his role as digital research officer at the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts at the National Gallery of Art, Matt organizes scholarly initiatives in support of data-intensive research and the production of knowledge in the humanities. Across various roles at galleries, libraries, and museums, including Art Store, the Met Museum, and the Visual Resources Collection at UW-Madison, he has learned the value of collaboration as scholarly practice. Barrett Ness is not only our wonderful hostess for this series of events, she is doing so because Barrett serves as the Chief Engagement Officer at UW-Madison's Chazen Museum of Art. In this role, which she started just over a year ago, Barrett oversees teaching and learning at all levels, public programming, visitor services, and communications. This broad scope has allowed Barrett to consider a visitor's holistic experience at the Chazen and to develop partnerships that bring campus and community more deeply into the museum and the museum more deeply into campus and community. Barrett is an alumna who received her MA in art history in 2015. And finally, Jonathan Prown is executive director and chief curator of the Chipstone Foundation, an organization devoted to advancing the field of decorative arts and material culture studies through publications, progressive museum installations, web and teaching initiatives. Prown studied at the University of Delaware, Williams College, and the University of Virginia, and has worked in various capacities at institutions like the Winterthur Museum, the Yale University Art Gallery, and Colonial Williamsburg. So with that, I would like to turn it over to, we have 3 questions, as we've seen here. And I'm going to start by asking them to look a little bit back and what have interdisciplinary partnerships looked like in your career? And I am not set on an order, so. This is one of my favorite parts of these ones.
I could jump in, I guess. I'll start. And I've surrounded myself with slides, which are free, and I hope you take some. This morning, Professor Nancy Rose Marshall put out a box of these. But so when I was a graduate student here, I worked in the visual resources collection, and I was scanning these and, you know, creating resources for the functioning of the art history department. And that work of, you know, digitizing collections has been really a through line through my whole career. So for me, it taught me the value of collaboration in that we were building something bigger than any one person could ever put together. So for me, it started with, you know, thinking about the labor of digitizing things and what audience you were doing that for. And I still kind of do that today, working on open data initiatives and Wikimedia partnerships, and how anyone can kind of create knowledge from something like the National Gallery of Art's collections. So that to me has, you know, really started with these slides. So I'm so glad I can have these as my little totems here, I guess.
Well, I can go, but I mean, this is rather personal. But for me as a librarian, I came to art history because I was, this is low. I really want to make sure you get every word for the online friends at home. Can they hear me if I say it like this? Okay, great. So this is my dirty secret, that I never took an art history class as an undergraduate. Really? Yeah, well, because I went to a very small liberal arts college and we didn't have art history. So that was really the pragmatic reason. After I graduated from undergrad, I was hanging out with a lot of artists. My best friend was an artist. I'd always felt very comfortable with artists in artist studios. I felt no desire to make art myself, but I knew I needed to be near artists. And I wanted to know, I was in contemporary art world, I wanted to know what I was looking at and why is that art and how does that work? And so then I went backwards from there. Then I started taking my art history classes, you know, 2 here, 1 here, and eventually got the whole undergraduate art history degree afterward. So when I got to graduate school, I was already more comfortable with artists than I was art historians. And then as an art historian, I had to kind of reconcile that. And I spent a lot of time in the art library. I still spent a lot of time with artists, and I said, hey, artists, why don't you come into the art library? And they're like, no, that's not for us. I'm like, no, it is for you. It absolutely is for you. And then the art historians, we wanted to get them into the studios and talking to the artists. And for me, that was just the bedrock collaborative spirit of art and art history and art librarianship.
Great.
I'm happy to go next. I love that we're sort of beginning this conversation talking about partnerships, to talking about how we show up in our roles and our trajectory in coming to this place. I similarly to Anna I was taking art history classes, but I came with the curiosity of understanding what all is hiding behind the proscenium. So when I go into museums, when I go into galleries, what labor happened all behind the scenes when the doors were locked to the rest of us that helped create the product of what we see here. And that curiosity pulled me through coming into this program as a Master's of Art History, but one that wanted to work a lot when I was here on campus. And so while I was a master's student, I also was working at the Chazen. I was building a public art website and database with all the different art objects that are not at the Chazen. And I was finding myself in different pockets of the university, including in the Vice Provost for Teaching and Learning's office, which is predating what's now the Center for Teaching, Learning, and Mentoring. And I thought that that was something that was totally tangential to my work in museums, in art history, until I found the niche area of academic engagement. And this area that is predominantly in university art museums, but more academic centers such at the Art Institute, at the Getty, at LACMA, at the High are all popping up. And so thinking about the intersection between the museum and everything else is now where I find myself in my role. And so in the pre-conversation that many of us had over some coffee this morning amongst the panel, we sort of said, oh, interdisciplinary partnerships and collaboration. Well, that's my whole job. Like, how do I begin to describe a few different examples? And so maybe this is something that will come out in more conversation as we work to describe some of the different, very specific ways this shows up. But I will say it shows up for me in a lot of working, maybe actually not with the Department of Art History, but using the skills that I learned within this department and within my own work to collaborate with people who perhaps have never come into the museum before, with faculty, instructors, graduate students who have engaged with books, have engaged with texts. They don't know it, but they've engaged with object-based learning. They just haven't done it within the space of the museum. And so, and my role here at the Chazen, as well as roles that I've had previously, my job is one of an active collaborator and a listener to help empower more people to teach with objects, and to do so in a way that is scaffolded to the normal learning goals of an existing course, so that this doesn't feel like an add-on, a field trip, but rather, yes, has all the beauty of a field trip, of experiential learning, where someone is actually maybe going to remember this class more than the others because it's different from the rest, but one that still meets the rigor, let's say, of what would be taking place normally in the seminar room. And in this train of thought in my career, I've started to take that outside of the classroom space, outside of teaching, to spaces like public programming, and even thinking about what happens at the exchange at our visitor services desk when someone just happens to arrive. So excited to talk a little bit more about that today.
Thanks, Barrett. John?
First of all, I'll just start. It's a whole lot of fun to be here, and one little historical story, since we're celebrating an anniversary, is that my dad, Jules Prown, the art historian from Yale, he started his career by coming to UW-Madison, and it was kind of accidental. He came out, he was, by his own admission, a mediocre English student at Lafayette, and he decided to come out to UW-Madison for the summer to take classes. And when you ask him, well, why did you pick UW-Madison? And he said, well, for summer semesters, there were 5,000 women and 2,000 men. So he liked his odds. And while here, and you had mentioned Jim Watrous, he tried a series of different classes, and a couple of them didn't really work out for him, so he sort of accidentally got put into a Jim Watrous class, and that was the spark that made him an art historian. So it's sort of wonderful to be back here, and it's fun for Chipstone to sort of think about the collaborations that we've done over the years. I mean, Ann and I have been collaborating or conniving together for 40 plus years, and you know, and now to have Sarah here and Marina and so many good friends. My take on collaboration is and I think what's really useful in a panel like this is to think about the ways we can parse the word out and sort of think about its various meanings. I mean, everyone would agree that collaboration is a good thing, so that's sort of the given. So then it's a matter of sort of diving in, saying how it plays out. And certainly for Chipstone, with our interest in sort of multidisciplinary studies and breaking beyond the norms of our field, the field of American decorative arts in particular, and maybe sometimes American art, certainly from a museum standpoint, our institutions can be rather conservative, if not reactionary. And if you go to the exhibits, they all kind of look the same and sound the same and smell the same. So there was a lot of work to be done. And so certainly, you know, working with Ann over the years and with Sarah, we were sort of trying to figure out strategies to move beyond into new areas. And obviously, one of the most effective ways to embrace new ideas, new voices, was through collaboration. So actually at Chipstone, we have this concept that we've been very open about for 20 plus 25 years, which is the notion of being aggressively collaborative. to really say that's the key part of our strategy. And again, it's been sort of essential for us to, as a way of bringing in perspectives that have not been a part of Dec Arts material culture studies. And to be honest, it's not really always built into the ethos. Museums, and this is a bit of a critical take, but museums, some museums, and certainly on the Dec Art side, sometimes don't play well with others, right? We're as curators, we're trying to train to be territorial, right? This is my turf and my topic, so we do it, and that's all good. But again, so much of what we're hearing about now is the need to reach out in meaningful ways.
Great, thank you. And Nick?
Well, my work as a professor in the art history department, as Anna said, really focused on relationships between the Mediterranean and the Near East in the Iron Age and so forth. But in the sort of other hat, as director of this archaeological dig in Sardis, my work is really only interdisciplinary and basically involves bringing together teams of architects and conservators and specialists in a million different topics every summer, and making sure that they have the resources that they need and they get along with each other, and that they're talking with each other. And that's one of the sort of challenges that I face all the time is having people in different disciplines interact very profitably and share common languages and so forth. So that is what I spend most of my time on now, in fact, is sort of facilitating other research that and other projects. We also engage in collaborations between that team as a international, interdisciplinary team and all that, and various Turkish projects like the local museum, like the state, the Turkish state archaeological group, and those things, so that really everything is interdisciplinary at that point.
Great, thank you. I'd like to pivot. Some of you have addressed this, but I want to tackle it head on, to describe your idea of partnership and what that looks like. And that can be between faculty and students at the university or with organizations outside of it. And I say idea of partnership, it might be ideal of partnership.
I've heard a lot about it's a couple echoes that I've already heard, and I wonder if it's a strand that we'll pull on, is listening and understanding one another and the humanness that is at the center of any kind of collaboration. So, I heard that spoken about in a couple of different ways. And when you're thinking about interdisciplinary partnerships, as John spoke, you might be coming from extraordinarily different backgrounds with different understandings of what is possible, different understanding of what success looks like. And so I would say at the very outset, describing ideas of partnership, it has to start with understandings of each other in a way that is reciprocal and in a way that is built to evolve. And, maybe I'll stop there to see if that resonates with each of you, but the sort of inherent listening to one another, asking questions, understanding what individual goals of each entity are, so that it is a happy marriage. Those seem like the crux of any kind of coming together.
John, you're nodding, so I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean,
but
we're I think on the heels of George Floyd's murder, certainly institutions got very public about their dedication to things like social justice and racial equity, and the idea of sharing voice, sharing authority and voices. I think the key again, when we think about collaborations is how do we make them truly effective? And being very attuned to the fact it's not just about listening, It's also understanding the real power dynamics. So, for example, when an artist, let's say an artist who is being brought into a museum, an artist of color, a Native American artist, a queer artist, someone whose voice has not been heard in the museum, when they're brought in, it still can be, and the museum can say, well, we're dedicated to this collaboration, but are you really? How are you altering the power dynamics within the organization? Because it may be that the artist has some things that they need to say or things that they need to do, and the museum may come back and say, yeah, well, we can sort of do that, but we have a house style, and our labels have to look this way, and the platforms have to look this way. So the power dynamics alone, so again, I think when we think about, certainly from a museum standpoint, but it may affect some of your other organizations as well, it's not just about talking the talk and saying, yes, we're collaborating. It's really how we play it out and how attentive we are to the needs of the people we're collaborating with. And are we really, for example, creating a level playing field when we bring them into the conversations? Or are we sort of still saying, well, yeah, we're collaborating with you, but you're still sort of going to play by our rules? And that's where collaborations can run from being good to not so good.
I'll say from the library perspective, we depend on the museum, the art history, material, culture, and design studies departments, the art department. We depend on these other parts of campus to build our collections and to help shape our mission and vision. So we don't exist in a vacuum. We need to know what's being studied, what the current scholarship is, what the trends are, what we should be collecting in. And if you look at the history of the Kohler Art Library's collection, you'll see where we have really rich pockets of resources because of the professors that we're teaching here. And so we bought, heavily in expressionist German art or Frank Lloyd Wright. And book art, for example. So we like to be in a dialogue with our partners to see what it is that they need, while, of course, still using our good librarianship judgment about how to build a collection. That's from a collection standpoint, I think. Yeah.
If I could build a little bit on what John was saying, one of the joys of being at the National Gallery over the last few years is watching how the internship program has changed at that museum, and it's much more about partnering with an intern that's coming into the museum. In the past, if they were even paid, maybe an intern was coming to just contribute to a long-running project, and now it's much more about learning from each other. So the interns are coming in, and they have objectives, and we're trying to help them reach those objectives. It's not just about the outcomes or the deliverables. And we also give them a mentor, someone within the museum that they can really connect with. And it's amazing how much that's changed, this kind of sense of belonging inside the museum and what they feel comfortable bringing with them into the space. So internships have become more of just really about partnerships and kind of learning together to kind of change the museum.
Yeah, and likewise, we've been having great fun with interns of different kinds. Graduate students coming from universities in the United States, and graduate students from and undergraduates from Turkish universities, and local, especially local women who have been involved in the excavation and in the conservation process for quite a while, and getting their involvement has been really important. And having them sort of share and learn collectively, the people who have been involved in the sort of physical conservation and restoration of mosaics, for instance, and do the actual work, have gotten so good at it that they're training then the conservators who are supposed to be overseeing them, the professional NYU conservators who are allegedly overseeing them. And that's been very, very, very exciting. And then finally, another thing that we're sort of developing is partnerships with local elementary schools and bringing groups of Turkish elementary students to the site. And they live there, They know all about it. An awful lot of them have never actually visited the site, and if they did, they wouldn't know what they were seeing. So we've been involving them, but also the elementary school teachers who often don't have as much training in sort of what archaeology is and so forth. And so training the teachers to then teach the students, making educational resources available to them that are sort of at a level that they can come in at. And that's actually kind of difficult. And we've been really lucky in bringing in, we just happen to have a pretty big group of people who turn out to be interested and good at this. And they work very well together. So that kind of collaboration has been just very exciting for us, and I hope we'll go forward in really productive ways.
I think all of us at the table are a key part of our partnership is student partnership and bringing in students to work. I mean, whether we call them, people at what did you say, interns? Interns. But I always think of it that they're also like apprentices, and that's the traditional way that people have learned a craft or a trade, academic or otherwise, is shadowing somebody and learning on the job. So at the art library, we would not be able to open our doors every day if we didn't have student employees who are there sitting at the circulation desk and pulling the books that many of you request, and then they show up magically on the shelf. Like, these are little big things, but they're really important. In turn, sometimes we have students that become really interested in librarianship or more interested in art history. They're already involved in art history. And I know we have a lot of crossover between our students in the library and the museum as well. So that kind of student partnership and that kind of refocusing, like instead of the power structure just being like top down, but having this be a little more collaborative and thinking about what is it that our students need as well, how can we learn from them, and how can that shape what we're doing is, I think, involved with everything that the people here do.
It's interesting. It makes you think again, though, that we keep diving into think about the word collaboration. So obviously we have institutional responsibilities to share and to teach and to support interns. Is collaboration at another level? Is that really about sharing authority and sort of raising people up so they're on a more level playing field? Is that what collaboration is versus some of the other really great things that we do institutionally?
Thoughts, panelists? Barrett?
I mean, yes, like to me, if collaboration, and I sort of wonder whether, as you were talking about terms at the very start, I wonder if collaboration maybe isn't quite the right word, but I'm struggling in this moment to think of a better. I think one of the things that you articulated, that's been articulated through the whole panel, is an articulation of values. And institutional values, that if an institution is open to rethinking what has previously been done for 50 years and rethinking the power hierarchies that scaffold how work is typically done, fantastic collaboration needs to meet both institutional and individual needs, the needs of both parties. But it's really fun when those partnerships can push the boundaries of each, and when an institution has the capacity to learn and to change based on those different opportunities of bringing in other voices. In my previous role at the University of Chicago Smart Museum of Art, I worked a lot with students and worked with students also to develop exhibitions, to develop research projects that they were bringing to the institution. And oftentimes my role as a PI for them would be to try to figure out like what is possible in the things that they were asking of us. And there was one really fantastic series of public programs that involved a nap within the space of a museum exhibition that was all around rest and resilience. And so trying to figure out within the confines of the institution, like, oh, this is a fantastic idea. I see real value in this. How do I then work within the parameters that I've been given as someone who is acutely navigating this space to make something possible? And that's that kind of flexing that you were speaking a little bit, but that is a skill that is not easily taught. So I don't know how, as we think about the third prompt later down the road, how we could think about these kind of skills that we're trying to instill in our students today, as far as how they might think of navigating their own collaborations or partnerships.
Actually, if I could just add one more thing.
Please.
You used the word rigor a little bit earlier, and that's one word that's come up in my work and gets to some of this idea of power dynamics, is redefining what rigorous scholarship or what rigorous work looks like. And you can be rigorous in facilitating someone else's work. You can be rigorous in writing accessible scholarship. And I think that's one way of like agreeing on what rigorous work looks like.
Absolutely.
Barrett mentioned the third prompt. I want to make sure we have time. I want to look ahead here and think about what advice our panelists may have for faculty, students, and even partners about partnering and collaborating. And my reason for asking this question is driven by the financial reality that we are in a new moment. In the sciences, certainly the challenges of federal funding have put us in a precarious position. And at one level, we could say, money is our challenge. But I'd like to hear from our panelists, I guess, about how we can address those challenges and work productively ahead on partnerships, collaboration, choose your word, going forward in this moment. Matt, maybe I'll put you on the spot a little bit here.
Sure, maybe because I work at a federal institution. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or partly federal. And
Right.
the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts is privately funded, so we're kind of a private entity inside a public institution. I think my advice, the first thing that comes to mind is sometimes formal partnerships between institutions can be a lot of work, a lot of bureaucracy, and I won't name the institution, but this last year I developed a partnership, and when the funding disappeared, it kind of disappeared. But we put together a memo of understanding, which is, I've never actually written one before, but I learned a lot in that process. So I think thinking intentionally about how you write that kind of document and structure a partnership, and maybe you can reuse that if the floor falls out from under you.
That's great.
I like the idea of scaffolded partnerships and trying something small first, and then if it works, build on it. And this kind of thing doesn't take as much money, and it can grow kind of organically. And before you know it, 5 years have gone by, and you're engaged in some kind of partnership that, maybe that is a teaching relationship, or it's a field trip that happens every year. I think we have these kind of partnerships that exist all over, all the time, but we're talking about the idea of partnership with capital P right now. And it's a good idea to already recognize the partnerships little p that already exist, and then look for ways to kind of capitalize on that. Because I don't think it always takes a lot of money. In the libraries, I don't feel that different with the current budget change, because we've always had a scarcity mindset in the libraries. I'm like, oh yeah, it's just another year. But I think there are probably ways that we could come together more and share resources more. And I want to follow up on what Barrett said about this kind of dialogue that is really important with an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, and that a partnership has to help both sides and achieve a a shared goal, a shared vision, in order to be successful. And I think it's important that we keep having conversations to know where our partners or potential collaborators are coming from. So I know what the restrictions you have to work with are, where you're coming from, very practical things that sometimes shape our agendas and our day-to-day work. But are nonetheless super critical and important. I can have big ideas all day long, but if at the end of the day, I don't have enough people to execute basic functions of my organization, I can't go anywhere, right? So I have to make sure that all of this is covered first. On the other side of the coin, I'd like to know more about some of the realities that are happening in the museum. And some of those conversations happen like in the kitchen, in chit chat, like, oh, this is what's going on behind the scenes. But I think it's worth it to have those conversations with one another, formally, casually, so that we can better be on the same page with what we're trying to do.
I think one of the things that I heard you saying, which came up also in what you were saying, John, is the word trust. And how do we build trust with each other in a partnership, in a collaboration? And maybe that's starting with a smaller P and moving to a larger P in thinking about these partnerships. Some of my favorite things that I do are not free because they take my time and my labor and my energies, but do not, other than myself and the resources that are already existing here in the museum, cost anything more. I think I will, in terms of this third question about looking forward, what advice do we have? I'll go back to something that Matt said, which is thinking about what outcomes or products are valued. I've been thinking about this a lot over this last series of fantastic programs and events, and it's reminded me of a conversation that I was having with other academic engagement folks at the Guggenheim earlier in the year, and there was a colleague from a really prestigious museum that was talking about a series of events and programs that she organized inspired by an exhibition that they had. And there were different scales of programs, ranging from the scholarly panel to kids making exercise to something that was more dance. And through the conversation, we in the room, and as well as she, sort of verbalized that in organizing all of this, she had a moment where she said, oh my gosh, am I an event planner? How did I find myself here? But which is, I'm sure, what Anna has thought about throughout these last few days. But if we think about event planning or program planning akin to writing a syllabus, we are thinking about how we are building the structures of engagement. But in the case of events and programs, it is a kind of embodied engagement that involves all the different senses that Henry was speaking about. And so I think in terms of advice, I uplift the event, I uplift the program, I uplift all different kinds of ways of engaging that might be not necessarily in the seminar room. And I think to close, I'll also mention too that this thread that Anna started putting forward, which is moving from theory to practice. Partnerships have to be extraordinarily practical. They are almost tangible things that we are making in the world. We might not be able to see them or visualize them in such a way, but it is almost like making an object itself. And so as you are working in your art history classrooms, sometimes when I'm talking with curatorial practicum classes and scaffolding up, like what is the assignment at the end, often it's sort of a fictitious exhibition, I try to suggest, let's try to make this fictitious exhibition as real as it possibly could. Because we in museums and everyday life are not able to say, oh, we'll add the Mona Lisa to our checklist, we'll do this, we'll do that. We are working within real practical constraints. And so I suggest both thinking about how theory translates to practice, because those are real challenges that your students will find as soon as they come into the workplace, but also beginning to uplift what kind of outcomes could possibly exist outside of, say, the seminar paper.
Yeah, it makes me think that it's still useful to think about the difference between partnership and collaboration. I think partnership, this may be grammatically incorrect, but I'm good at that. So, but, and Sarah and I have talked about this for many, many years about the meaning of collaboration. And so, partnership might be sharing resources or sharing staff or sharing collections, and that's all good, and that can lead. But I think of collaboration, and Anna, your interest in this word, I think collaboration is at a higher level. It's a higher kind of commitment. It's a higher kind of sharing ideas, and that's where being very sort of attuned to the nature. When we did an interaction, and again, and we're a small organization, so we can avoid some of the bureaucratic difficulties. But back, I think it was like 2007, Theastra Gates came up to Chipstone, and Ethan Lasser and I were starting to show him around, and he started looking just at a Boston desk and bookcase we had, and within 5 minutes, he looked at us and said, "You so-and-sos live on a plantation." And rather than taking affront at that or trying to defend her, we said, "What do you need to do?" And it just, by sort of opening that door right away, it led to a series of initiatives. So again, I would say that it's helpful for us to think maybe about a difference between partnership and collaboration.
Yeah, I would echo that very much, that we collaborate with so many different types of people and different kinds of institutions on so many different levels, and being sort of open to all of those involvements of particularly students who are going to be the futures of our disciplines, and getting them involved as real partners at an early stage in their careers, and it's been really wonderful having these students take on really important roles in reorganizing the whole way that we survey things, for instance, and doing these brilliant things, or is very wonderful and is very meaningful for them as well, to give them something, to have the opportunity to give them something really concrete to work with. And I think a lot of students are looking for that kind of experience of getting their hands on an object or a book or something in the museum, as opposed to reading, listening to another damn lecture or something like that. And we're in a really great position to do that, to give them a different kind of experience in their university careers, and making use of that as a collaboration rather than as purely a student-teacher role is a place where I think we're all going to profit from. We're all going to.
I really appreciate.
We're all going to be better off.
I appreciate that, and as a faculty member, and it echoes some things Henry said earlier about we learn from our students.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I was listening to you talk, Nick, and it's sort of and the advice of some of our panelists, and I was really struck by the fact that I'm trying to do that in my upper level class this semester. It is a partnership. They're going out and gathering information in the field and bringing it back. Right, Emily, wherever you are, and we're collaborating on it together. I mean, we're working on it together. It's a process of shared knowledge making, which is exciting.
A reason why the LVM building was built the way it is, with the classrooms at the bottom, and then the art library, and then the museum and the art history department. I mean, that was visionary and very intentional. And then you have to leave the building and go out to the site.
And
right?
really rare too in the American university system, isn't it? I mean, there aren't that many examples where you've got a museum and an art history department and a library all coexisting, all sharing spaces.
Everyone should really value it, because
really
it is really increasingly rare to have that organization
Yeah.
and to have it maintained. And we talk about, you know, budget scarcity. I mean, from a art library perspective, art libraries are closed, you know, every year.
Right.
The place I trained at, Indiana University, the Fine Arts Library, was literally a connector between the museum and the art history department, as far as the architecture was involved, and they, you know, eliminated it. So I would urge to everyone in this audience and on the panel to realize what we do have right now and to not take that for granted, because it is pretty amazing, and it doesn't, you know, might not always exist quite like that. So.
And it's kind of great to have the library and the museum and the department on the panel right here.
Thank you, Anna.
Very deliberate.
Yeah, Anna organized this panel.
With help, but yes. I do want to allow some time for questions from our audience, I'm sure. But while I'm gathering the mic, if any of you have any responses to one another, I'm going to gather the portable microphone and run around like Vanna White. But thoughts? Any last thoughts?
Oh, lots of questions.
One last time.
Thanks so much. It's really awesome to be thinking explicitly about partnerships and collaborations in this way because they're so important. I've been reading this book recently called The Last Human Job, which maybe you guys have ever heard of, that really focuses on the importance of like connective labor and actually recognizing and valuing the relational work of connective labor that so often isn't valued within a university or a museum context. Right, and that's not necessarily in any of our like TTC job descriptions, right? And I would just be really curious to hear any reflections on how this kind of relational or connective work, which you mentioned, Barrett, could help build towards some of these partnerships, but also how to, or collaborations, but also how do we teach our students to do this work? Because I think it's increasingly difficult for folks who might spend less time in person or picking up the phone or connecting physically to think about the real power of connective work or this kind of relational work, which is vital in terms of all of what we do, I think.
I'm going to jump in really quickly and say you model it. You model it for your students, and they will pick up on that. I've done many projects where if a faculty member talks about using the local resources, the museum, the library, the internship, the summer dig, students are much more likely to go out and do that because they place tremendous respect in their instructors and professors. So I turn it back to you guys.
In my case, if I could respond to that too, working on designing a course focused on a collection at the National Gallery called the Index of American Design. And it's all about copying things. Artists during the WPA would very closely draw objects and just teaching the time to actually sit and observe that object. But it was also paid work, and I can kind of use this collection and that moment in the 1930s to kind of teach what kind of connections that project did. So it's kind of 12% of the National Gallery's collection just by the numbers. So it's actually this huge, I don't know, subset. But so that was there to work with all along. And so there's resources kind of you can uncover in your own institution.
Y'all playing with the word collaboration. I'm an instant etymologist. Co-labor. Working together. That's what this is about. And I think you all have understood the complexity of just getting people to work together. And that's what we all need to continue to do in an ever more serious way.
Well, and I think along those lines is if you're entering into a partnership in whatever type of organization and whatever status you have, if you hear the word collaboration, that's when you should really dig deeper into the conversation and say, well, what's the quid pro quo? What am I getting? Is there really a balance here? Or is it more still uneven and imbalanced?
Yeah, and especially in these days of sort of increasingly limited financial resources, you need to be able to offer sort of other kinds of things, and that can be, you know, I mean, what are other currencies that we have to offer? Co-authorship on publications, for instance, for students, which is something we, you know, I will never write a single authored paper ever again. They'll all be co-authored with my students. That kind of thing.
And if it's co-labor, to your point, what's the nature of that labor? And it's not a right or wrong, but it may be that you're doing rather grunt work, and that's called co-labor, or are you sharing ideas? So again, all these nuances come into play in evaluating a collaboration.
And I've been reading Robin Kimmerer. Reciprocity is another key concept in all of what you're talking about.
Yes, I think reciprocity, but also the thing that I've heard here in response to your note as well as Sarah's is what kind of knowledge is valued, and recognizing that that knowledge may look different to what knowledge is traditionally valued within the academy.
I think we've been talking a lot about relationships, but there's other ways to think about it in terms of students. And part of my success here has been working with a lot of organizations who are museums or local historical societies. And that takes two kind of points here, and I'll be very quick. But that one is that we can not only get our students to go work, but that work makes that organization better in that they're getting something from it. So I raised money for students who could work with local historical societies in the summer. But out of that local historical society may have gotten gotten fundraising to get museum software so they can catalog their collection, so that there's this real sort of synergy between working with these outside groups, both for students who want it, but I would also, how nice it is to not have them say, I'm doing it for free, but that find a system by which we can work with these local partners. And the second thing is that I was very, very successful here in raising money and working with different foundations. But I guarantee you, a lot of it was personal relationships, and that's where, when Terry Yoho was able to turn to me and say, what can I do to help? You can say, here's what you can do. And we were able to fund graduate students for about 10 years going to different sites they're working on. They get student labor. Our students are out there in the field, whether it's working on Mary Knowles' site or Payne Forest, and then that institution gets a dissertation out of it. So I'm trying to urge you to think too about that sort of that wheel of the students, outside organizations, and also that going back through. So it's not just about the institutional collaboration, it's also a system which you can develop.
Sam has her hand up.
Let me preface this question by saying I'm completely into material objects and ink and gouges and classical music and violins unamplified, so like totally old school material stuff. But I have, obviously, we didn't talk a lot about technology. We talked some about databases. But I'm thinking about attracting hordes of people, I mean, as we all are, to this discipline, to art history, to our culture, to bolstering our culture. And I'm thinking more about gateway type drugs like virtual reality. Is that just a flash in the pan? What about have you been to the Smithsonian Abraham Lincoln Museum in Springfield? I think that's a Smithsonian museum. They have holograms that are completely blow my mind. And importantly, we are all dealing with, like I said, material objects. And yet when you walk into a museum, the first thing you see is don't touch. So we have this strained relationship between the objects that we're preserving and studying and uplifting as cultural talismans of our society, and yet there's a complete barrier between them to a lot of the people, students and groups that don't know anything about art history or these objects. So I'm just wondering about that. How are we engaging some of the computer science departments or, you know, I know nothing about it. How are we engaging them to help out with, you know, how are we partnering or collaborating with that? Does anyone, I don't see a lot. The touch screens, you know, there's like screens everywhere. But that's, again, another barrier. It's just a barrier between something. It's a screen. Everyone dislikes screens. They got a bad rap, you know. We got to do better.
And yet everybody's got one in front of them.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, that's a huge, it's a really interesting question, and one that, you know, I don't know, but we're going to have to find a good answer to it, because you see all these people, you know, walking through museums with their phones in their hands, or walking through libraries, or walking through our site or something. And we've been trying to do this for like 10 years and failing miserably, but we're going to keep trying to get it right, because you've got to make use of those opportunities and put them, you know, make them work for good and not for evil in some way, which, you know, too much of the internet is working the other way for us now.
Well, I'm happy to speak briefly on this, and then happy to have a deeper conversation after the fact, just sort of acknowledging time. Museums and places of learning are not one size fits all, but in the way that John very much sort of began to talk, our institutions have been too rigid and not eager for change. And so I think in terms of art museums and like where engagement is going, it is creating multiple different ways that someone can engage with the same kinds of things. And we're going to be piloting a little bit of that when the LVM building reopens to the public. All 50,000 square feet of the Chazen's permanent collection galleries will change with a really fantastic new methodology that my colleague Catherine Alkoskis has dreamed up. There will be a few different places that we're piloting that will have some interactivity, that will have some things that people can touch. And we're going to be bringing in the Bloomberg Connect app, which 1,000 museums across the world are already using. Bloomberg is aggregating data based on the users to help inform museums on how to onboard the app. So they have information on at what point a visitor drops out of an audio clip, for example. I think the average length that they suggest is 2 minutes. So I think what you're describing is how do we continue to reach people, connect with people, make sure that people understand, in the case of the Chazen, that we are free and open to all. We're open every day. We would love to have you here. And yet, balance what happens then when someone tries to walk up the stairs with a big backpack, with a big soda, because we are places that have a lot of regulations. So in my practice as an educator, and something that I shared with our visitor services staff, is trying to include the why in terms of that visitor services guidelines piece. Like, we ask that you not touch for these reasons. We ask that you not have a backpack because it might bonk into something, but here's how you can. and to offer it with a series of thank yous. Like, thank you for engaging in preventative conservation today. Here's why we are interested in having these different policies in place, so that it doesn't feel as you walk into the museum and it's no, 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 no. But these are pillars that we have inherited. And I think the 21st century and our students today are going to continue helping us think through what this will continue to look like.
Well, I think whatever your institution, it's that balance too when you're thinking about technologies, quality versus quantity. And, you know, we've tried a lot of different technologies over the last 25 years, and some have worked and some have bombed, and, you know, we try and learn from it. So, you know, a lot has to do with what institutionally and intellectually your organization needs to get out of it. Is walking into a 20,000 square foot room with Van Gogh videos going all over, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? There's no set answer to any of this, but it can't just be about quantity. Say, you know, well, we're going to put up a big video screen because it's going to draw younger folks like flies to watch it. Well, is it getting your aim? Is it expressing your values as an organization?
If we have time, I'm going to add to that. You mentioned data scientists, and we have data scientists on staff at the National Gallery, so I get to kind of work with them to build things. And I mentioned an Index of American Design, 18,000 watercolors. Like, how could you see all those in one space to explore that collection? So it's a great problem to bring to data scientists. And I always get to kind of be in the room, but like, what community is this technology engaging, or how are we getting knowledge from them? So I think there's always a give and take with, you know, deciding who your audience is for that and what kind of input you're getting back from the people who interact with that thing. And for me, I really enjoy doing Wikipedia and Wikidata editing projects where you can ask people to like put a statement. Wikidata is about statements about items. You can say, what do you know about this thing, and put it out there in the world, and that can feed back to our collection system, for example. So for me, it's a balance of like experiences that let you explore and the community that that technology is building.
And I think data science is an area that art history we're going to try to engage with. I just bring us back kind of full circle to a year ago when Marcely Kehoe was talking about her Dutch textile trade project, which is a big data project that is very directly art historical. One last question.
This is for Matt, and I'm an avid player of Artle. And Artle, you have partners now. It used to be just the National Gallery. Now you've got Cleveland, you've got the Getty, you've got Sam, etc. Have you, it may not fall into your bailiwick, but how does the museum quantify the amount of money put into doing that? Does it bring visitors? Does it actually have an impact on attendance or have value to all those institutions that are participants?
Yeah, attendance, I don't know the numbers, unfortunately. We do know it draws traffic to our website, and I see Artle, so you might have heard of Wordle at the New York Times. It's kind of like an addictive word game. They created a game called Artle, where it gives you a work of art, and you have to guess the name of the artist of that work.
Hard. It's very hard.
It is very hard, but you get really hooked. You really want to know that, especially if you have some, you know, art history. So the engagement it's built is remarkable. They actually just rebuilt it, the whole tool.
Better now.
Yeah.
You learn.
Yeah, you learn. So it certainly drives traffic to the website and the collections too. You know, you think online collections is just like pages of images and text, but that's actually a huge amount of traffic just to go through, scroll through those pages and learn and read. So gamification, I guess, and building new games is a really great way at getting metrics and working with data scientists too.
We are at time. I want to give our panelists a round of applause for some very stimulating ideas today. Thank you so very much. This was the penultimate event. We have an open house. Yay, 2 to 4 today. We will have faculty, students, and alumni stationed throughout the Chazen in the Kohler Art Library and also over in the School of Human Ecology. I'm giving you directions. Can I have everybody's ears? Okay. There is a map, a handout on the table outside right here. Very clear. There's a schedule on the front. There are some timed events. I'll speak about that in a moment. And then a map on how to get there on the back. So be sure before you go to lunch to pick up one of these. If you're not at all sure about where these events are located, for example, at 2 o'clock, there will be an object talk with Yu-Hong Lee and Julia Murray in the Chen family study room of the Chazen, which is up a level. The staff at the desk can direct you, or I will be sitting at the table, at least for a time, directing people. So please take advantage of this opportunity. And again, thank you to our panel today. Wonderful. Let's continue the conversations. What? What about? Oh, that's